Alrighty, let's get this insanity started, shall we? Hello guys, Unoraptormon here, and welcome back, Craft a Pack. Hello my little hivelings, how are you gorgeous people doing today? Today we are going to be doing a desk work stream. Didn't think I'd say that for a long time. But here we are. Hey, I got a Kibblezole. How you doing? Let me double check because I'm pretty sure I know which yarn type won our lovely little poll. Courtesy of Mr. Mace and Little Sassy, the yarn color that won was black. This is a hard yarn to work with. It's even harder because it is black, and I can't use the shadows to tell where it is. So we're gonna have fun, and I am gonna be frustrated. But hey, isn't that par for the course? So, essentially the way I've got things set up today is it's kind of a how-to stream. Kind of, sort of, ish. But ultimately, I will be crocheting the entire stream. And I'm going to be making little blobs with little eyes. I don't have many little eyes left, though. I think I have like 5 sets. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep! I have exactly 5 sets. So two eyes a critter. Sleepy Boop. Hello, Goldie. How are you? By the way, went to writers group. So here's how my day went. Woke up, took a shower, because my hair was grizzy. Went to writers group. Got a eensy weensy teeny weeny bit of editing done. Like a sentence. And most of it talking with the other dudes that were there. So I will either finish the last 12 pages tomorrow or Monday. One of the two. And then on that day, I will send it back in to the editor. I'll probably cry, but this thing has been through so many run-throughs. But hey, now I know what my editing process is, and I know it will take me, for this book, it'll take me a minimum of 27 days. So it will take me a month to edit the book if I do 1 chapter a day. Some days I might be able to do 2, but that will entirely depend on how my hands are feeling. See, oh, tired. Got stuff done and then had lunch and play some games and now here. Oh, welcome here. Glad to have you. But yeah, so did a writers group. That was fun. Met up with 2 people. Crystalline and then Bandy. Absolutely delightful as ever. Like, I am always so happy to see those guys. And talked about a lot of different stuff. Just whatever came to mind. Talked about Coffee Talk, which I played yesterday. And we had Gala the werewolf to deal with. The hair looks wavy today. Thank you. It is, it's naturally wavy, and it just kind of curling up a little bit today, which I'm very happy with. Let's see, still waiting to see if unemployment has been approved because bank account sits at 0. Yikes! That is terrifying. That reminds me, I gotta go check my thing because I think the one person who's been paying on their commission, I think they're done. Or they might still have like 20 bucks left. I gotta go through and calculate everything. Hoping for food stamps. May you get it, because from what I hear, it is even more difficult nowadays to get it. But yeah, did writers group. Went to Moe's, the taco version, not the barbecue place. And had a burrito bowl, which I ate the entirety of. Normally I don't, but I had like a little piece of chicken, a little thing of egg, and a slice of American cheese for breakfast. So I was hungry. County has tendency to ignore those who use food stamps for legit reasons. Oof. Sorry to hear that. And the dad says hello. I am being good, thank you very much. I'm not trying to crochet dildos here. I'm trying to crochet little blobs. Little squishy blobs. So there are crochet patterns for dildos. Ugh. No thank you. But anyway. But yeah, went and had Moe's and played some Pokemon Go and got about 600 plus mega energy. That's not what he heard. Jeez. But yeah, I got a bunch of mega energy for Mega Heracross. Picked up a few Heracross, and I managed to get a shiny Combee that was female. Immediately, I evolved that into a Vespiquen. So I now have a shiny Vespiquen in Pokemon Go. So yee. I'm quite happy about that. Let's see. Thank you there, Akane. Hey, look. Yes, I have myself a Noble 6 shirt. Many follow bots suck. Anyway. But thank you, Akane. I appreciate that. But yes, I have a Halo shirt on today. From Halo Reach. Specifically. But anyway, played Pokemon Go. Came home. Worked on detangling yarn. Traded yarn with the hubby. Because he was working on one that's hard. He was essentially working on the bigger cluster for this. And I was working on a white yarn that was really easy to see. And I, for the most part, got it practically entirely detangled. Unless it got retangled. Oh, wait, you're on a completely different one. Oh, that is such a nice looking puck. Anyway, apparently he's got that one done. But, anywho. But yeah. So that is what I have done today. I'm a bit more tired than normal. And it's in that weird area of tired but not exhausted. So, yee. Before you ask, this is keto friendly, sugar free. There it went. Yeah. Hi, Thanos. But anywho, so I got some supplies. You'll see some of them once I turn on the desk cam, which I finally...
Unoraptormon!
What is it, Grekane?
Someone wants you to compliment them.
Compliment? Who am I complimenting this time? Panda may help my mood. I need to think of one I haven't used before. My mouth looks like it's being smudged in Photoshop. I am all over the place today. Yay! Excuse me, this early?
Dawn of time just rated with 25 viewers.
Hi! Oh, shippity. Why did it do it twice again? It's like, bear with us. Cricket A bot's a little broke. But hi, Dawn! Holy cow. I don't think I have this little shout out video thing playing on this particular scene. Jiminy Cricket, I'm not even 18 minutes in. Hi! Yes, it did. And it seems to have carried over today. But anyway, hi guys. Welcome in. I'm just now getting started today. Don, what were you up to? What were you playing? Or were you creating something? Which I will be creating things today.
It's little blobs. Little blobs of ice. And they're squishy.
You just haven't got there. You guys finished the little gator game? Okay. I actually got, speaking of that game, I got the place that was selling the... Welcome back to the Hive.
Unorap Rip Love Dawn of 24 Raid Dawn of 24 Raid.
The place where they were selling physical copies of the Dark Side Detective, they also happen to be selling the physical, like, special edition copies of the Little Gator game. So I've got that, so I need to bump that up on my list then. How was the Little Gator game overall? No, you can't give me any spoilers, but how was it? I'm quite curious. Hi, David, and thank you, David, for the sub, muchas gracias. You had a good time with it? That's good. In that case, I will definitely bump it up. I could use relaxing. That sounds absolutely fabulous. I'm very, very happy without that. No real... Ooh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. What? Why is... Holy Ray, Batman! Exactly! That's 2 in a row with... That was 2 minutes apart, literally. Holy cow! Hi, Timmy! What were you up to? Hello, Shadab. Also, for those of you who don't know who I am, hi, how you doing? I am Unoraptormon. I am a sci-fi fantasy author, freelance artist, and animator, podcaster, and variety Twitch streamer. Speaking of the sci-fi fantasy author part, I am 12 pages away from finishing this edit of my first book. Look at this! How you doing? But yeah, I am 12 pages away. So I will be finishing it, hopefully, this weekend. Timmy can't raid Donnie. Oh, Timmy, what were you up to before I hurt my neck? Please say for work, give this a watch. Not trying to derail the stream. Hi, Mr. Maze, how are you? I will plop that, in my little bar. I'll just give it a quiddle like click. What the bloody... All things considered, I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, but it's par for the course. Doing raids and Dungeons and Pow World have all the new items now. Oh, was there a big content update? Clearly I missed it, but cool. Still need to fix welcome note. Yeah. You have to remind me later. 27-second video. It's hilarious. Oh, good lordy. But anyway, I'll look at it in a couple seconds. But yeah, ultimately I should be able to finish editing my book, and it will be going back to the editor for hopefully a final round for professional edits. Fingers crossed. See, there's a raid boss and a bunch of related items. Okay. Cool. Perfect Nugan. I'm not used to getting raids this early in a stream. Dad freaking gummit. See, now that her raids are done, looks left and right as she tries to think of a compliment. Bloody hell. Crud, come on. I'm trying to think of one I haven't used before. Which is the hard part, because I also have to remember all the ones I've used. You're a good friend. I may have used that one before, but fuck it. You're a good friend. Yeah, don't give me the invincible meme. How dare. See, two need to be responsible, so had to end. Dawn ending meant I had to come here. Gee. But yes, but everyone, welcome in, welcome in. I'm going to be doing something a little different today, which specifically is I'm going to be crocheting. Like I said earlier, I'm going to be making little blobs. Little plushy blobs. I can make a total of 5 right now, because that is how many sets of these things I have left. I'm also going to find out what direction this camera is going to be pointing in. I did finally get this camera to properly set up. It looks like a little alien squid clinging to my desk. Let's see. And not whatever Dad heard. No, am not going to ask. Sounds very dangerous and intense. It looks that way, like the way this camera is set up. It looks like it's about to come alive and launch itself at my face. But I thought I saw movement. That is why I'm doing this. Holy cow. Hey, what? You guys are already at 45k? Out of 75? Dadgum. You guys move that thing quick. But anywho, but yeah, I'm gonna be crocheting. I was talking about how my day is gone. I did not get any editing done. What is it, Grekene?
You need to drink some water.
Fine, I'll drink some water.
Excuse me. G says, hi, busy getting the grill ready. Nice. I had a little old salad. Didn't finish it before stream, but had a little old salad. And worst case scenario, I can eat more of it later.
So ye.
And holy cow, y'all are 2,400. No, 24,000, never mind. Sushi and Thai? Nice. I was about to say, but with that said, it feels so weird. It's been a very long time since I've done a desk work stream. So, the original scene I had for this is not set up anymore. For some reason, I still had it on the voting list. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't even have an excuse. I just don't know why it was still on there. But at the very least, I have something that I could set up fairly quickly because it was a scene I already had and essentially just repurposing it. That said, let's hop on over to that. Dag freaking... Oh, yeah, that's right. This thing actually has a lid. I get to reposition my camera, so... Hello, everyone. You get to see my desk. I'm doing a, a mock stream, I guess, of Dawn. Our lovely handy-dandy lady of Ill Will Press. So, let's see, went overboard on food this morning and afternoon. Scrambled eggs, crumbled sausage, broken up bacon bits, torn up biscuits, topped with cheddar cheese and drowned in sausage gravy. Holy fuck, that sounds delicious. What?
Someone's messing with your camera. You want me to fix it?
Don't worry about it. It doesn't work on this scene.
Okay.
Yeah, nice try, Mr. Ace. Nice try. But unfortunately, that does not work on this particular scene. Yeah, I was thinking about it, but ultimately it does not work on this particular scene. So let me adjust my lights here. But yeah, this is basically where I play Halo. Yeah, I'm gonna sketch this. 2 Saturdays are feeling like crap. That's why we voted. Thanks, guys. Ah, grief. Oh, speaking of Saturdays, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of blur. Because this is not exactly a, it's not a new camera. I think this is the one, Akane, that you gave me. I have not replaced it. I do have a new camera. And yes, the black yarn one. The most frustrating out of all of the colors I had available. Black yarn one. So I've got these 2 different yarns. This one comes off of the bigger skein that I have. It's a fairly thin type of yarn, as you can see. How dare. Hi, Adam. And this is the same size yarn that makes
These little guys. The lovely little blobs.
By the way, I would have my PNG tuber on, but that's the reason I started late, because the PNG tuber broke. Like, I could not get it to work at all. So, yeah. You just get my hands.
And little blob. Precious little blob.
Yeah, there was something with PNG Tuber Plus. I don't know what happened. The transparency for some reason stopped working. So, and I didn't have enough time to fix it. So, boop. But yeah, so I've got this thinner yarn, like I said, the one that makes up these guys. Not the only one. Had to recreate mine a little sassy yesterday in animes. Was not amused. I wonder what kind of update came through that kind of destroyed that. But there's this one, and then there is this thicker black yarn that I've got. So the difference being between these two, this one will make this size blob. This one will make a bigger size blob. Both of these can be worked with this particular hook. Let me see if I can get it to read for y'all. Gonna be a little blurry because I don't have autofocus, but this is called a J hook or 6.0 millimeter. See, I'd blame Logitech. It's always their fault. I don't even know what kind of camera this is. So you gotta go do the food thing. Have a great stream. All right, be safe and be careful, Dawn. And may your food be filling and your rest be, or your sleep be restful. Bye. But yeah, so this is the hook I'm gonna be working with today, because that's what I use for these. Gonna check on Corey this morning, but I was too sleepy to go on a Steam. Kick. See me doing food too? Alright, be careful. And good night, Dawn. That said, I need to get some music started up again. Naturally, we are going to do Banjo-Kazooie for today. So, some of the announcements before you start watching the video. Alright. Oh, do I have to log into Facebook? Oh my goodness. Aww. That's precious. Turtle learned about skateboarding. That's precious. So you're gonna go back to Heidi Ho, not in a good mental place at the moment. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Shadov. I hope things improve for you. But yeah, so let's see. What am I gonna start with? You know what? Let's start with this then. So, I get to teach you guys about how to crochet. That video broke a little sassy. Oh no! But yes, hugs for the Shadov. Let's see. When the last time you used this scene because you're missing some... Yeah, it's been a very, very long time since I've used the card opening scene. That's what this is. I just so happens that adding on the avatar things, which are that down there, adding that on was just a simple plus button and finding the right source. But yeah. So I will say this is a can be a difficult yarn to work with because it loves to fray. Let me see if I have an example of it doing that on the bigger puck. I do not. Okay, and I'm not going to dig for it because that's going to get me hurt. Anyway, so this yarn and also this one just not as badly. But this likes to fray and it will lose like the pieces of the yarn. And they come off as little fluffs like this. So let me turn my light down real quick. This button? No, that's bright. This button. There we go. There we go. That's a little better. You can actually see. But yeah, it comes off as these little fluffs. And can cause an absolute terror when you're working with yarn. Or this yarn to be specific. So that said, this particular yarn is going to be difficult to work with, so let's get started. These steps can essentially be used for any yarn type, including normal. Like if you want to get into crochet, I highly recommend using something like Red Heart, because it doesn't fray as much, and the most it do is it might unravel a little bit, but you can just quickly twist it and it'll go back to normal. Crayola! Fingers to crochet the yarn like that. Fair? So some of it is a little easier. Something like that would definitely be easier to use for this yarn. But that said, it is nice and fuzzy. So, also just as a quick kind of a precaution, since it loves to fall off the end here. Let me see if there we go. Since it likes to fall off the end, which this is another reason why this yarn is difficult to work with. You can't show it very well. But the fluffs will come off the end, so you need to tie a knot. This already has one. Look on desk behind the yarn. Oh, yeah, that. It must have fallen. It's a thing I use to strike off my stuff when I'm done with it on a to-do list. But yeah, this already has a knot, which I've tied, so that way if this continues to fall off, it won't all fall off. So. Alright, so first things you got to... Do I know the correct terminology? Not anymore. Elizabeth can help me with that. But essentially is you need to make a knot a little loose, essentially. And for me, the way I do that is I do that with the hook itself. Normally, you could just... You cross the strings. The shadow is killing me here. I don't want to bring that light closer, but I'm going to have to. Ah, hands are shiny. Just to eliminate as many shadows as possible, so... Here's your ends. Cross them over. Pull that up. Then you have it like this. With this part underneath one string. And essentially, you tie a little knot. Like so. Then you cinch it down. That is the easiest way to do this. I keep thinking of croquet. No, crochet. No mallets here, unless it's my mods with the band hammer. It's a slip knot. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't used any of the proper terminology in forever and a day. So I'm most likely... Oh no, there's another knot in this. This is going to be fun. But yeah, do slip knot. I personally... No! There we go. I personally like to do this. So you bring your hook up, close, twist, and then crochet your first loop. For me, that's a lot faster. Also, just word to the wise, like if you're making a plushie, I highly recommend having a tail on it. If you're a beginner, have a long tail. You can deal with that more easily. If you're not a beginner, just whatever you need to help keep track of your stitches. So, to start the blob, I do what's called a chain of 4. Will it be... No. Because I crocheted a big cow for a friend, it will take time to feel better. Aw. I hope you get to feeling better. May you heal correctly. But yeah, what I'm about to do is called a chain. So you grab the yarn with your hook. And then you pull it through. And boosh. That's one chain. So you do 4 of these. That's 1, 2, 3. Try not to lose the hook. 4. Now, on black yarn, this is very hard to see. Very hard to see. So difficult, I'm gonna grab a little bit of this honey. Mustard yellow honey. We'll bonk him lightly. One, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, you can see it a little better on this one if there wasn't as much of a glare. I am probably going to be fighting with this light this entire time because of the yarn. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, and I will probably redo that real quick. Cinch that. 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys can kind of see that a little bit better. It is not the best, but it's easier to see on this than it is on the black one, so I may be doing both at the same time. I still get my gold. Which, by the way, this is the yarn that this was in. Wait. Yes, it is, so I stand corrected. This is probably going to be smaller. Oh boy. Oh dear. Alright, so next I'm going to have to shift myself here so I can see this. Alright, so you're on that last one. What you want to do to make this plush, there's 2 things you can do. You can do a magic circle, which I am not going to do, or you can do this. So you find that back stitch. Again, on the black yarn, it's going to be hard to see. You put your hook through it. And then pull the yarn through. And voila, you now have a little circle. So I'm actually going to stop here and do the gold one as well. So, like I said, you want to find that back stitch. Even with the lighter colors, it can be difficult to find, but only in like this type of yarn because there's so much shine on it. So, pull that through and you have yourself a little circle. So from there, you got this, so you're going to chain 1, and then you're gonna find the next stitch, poke it through. I hope that was on the skein. You poke it through and you do the same thing. Pull it through, chain again, find the next stitch. You eventually can get a tactile feel for it when you're working with this stuff. Let's see, I use a knitting hoop, it works better for you. Yeah, well, yeah, this is crochet, that's knitting. It's different. But essentially, pull through, chain, pull through, chain, come on, let me go. And then you find that first, kind of the new stitch. Usually that's where I stop so I can start figuring a couple other things out, but that's where I'll stop. So you'll end up with like 8 of these stitches now. So again, I'll show you on this. Let's see, you're still playing with yarn. Well, of course. But fair enough. So I'll do that again. So you chain 1, pull through. You may have to move it around a little bit to properly find that next stitch. Pull through. Then stitch 3. Push the hook through. Wrap your yarn like that. You'll see me move very quickly when I start doing this. Medicine news? Alright, hit me with it. Pull through. Chain 1. And then do that again. So here, you'll want to pull up a little. Push through that first stitch again. And then usually on a yarn that's easier to see, you would want to count the stitches. For me, I am... Let's see. I'll pull that through, so that way when I switch over, it's not going to be bad. So let's see. There's 1... 2... Again, with this yarn, I've got to move it around. There's 3... 4... 5... 6... 7... And then the one we just pulled through here, basically the one that this particular loop is poking out of, this right here is 8. So now that I've gone and confirmed that, and from here on, it's just kind of a, for the way I make these blobs, it's a little bit of a see how you feel process. So this one, hold on, I'm gonna have to find that first. Again, the black yarn is very difficult to work with. There we go, there's one. See, have to see the paint dock again and maybe get lidocaine shots. This time she poked a spot. Oof. It's fun, but see the therapy and the paint dock in the same month. So if I am moody miss, there, gosh darn reason. Okay. What's this? BioWorld Jurassic Engine trailer.
Oh, it's a hat!
Cool. That is really neat. Please return to certified security. But yeah. But for this, for 8 you usually want to go to 12. So what I do is go through that first one. Don't chain. Which basically makes that extra stitch. Go through 2. Chain up. Once again, I gotta mess around with this to find the stitch. I think it's right here. Yep, there it is. 1. One of the few benefits of having nails is I can use it for these stitches, or at least to help find them. 2. Chain. Alright. So, there it is. Just normal. Come on, I know you're around there. There we go. 2. Loop-de-loo. Another thing you'll have to deal with. There we are. Again with the black yarn. Again, if you are for a beginner, do not start with black yarn. Don't. Don't do that to yourself. You will end up hating it, and then you'll put it down forever. Keeping in mind, this is if you genuinely want to get into this. So, normal. There we go. And then found our even one. 1, 2. Alright, so we got ourselves a nice little puck here. Nice little disc. Oh no. Another Facebook. Won't let me open it. It keeps asking me to log in. Home from work and it. Oh my gosh. That is adorable. Please tell me she does not get shot. Okay. That's adorable. Oh my gosh, he's dying. That's adorable. Hi, Liz. How are you? That is absolutely adorable. Oh my gosh. I'm doing all right. Currently doing some crochet and teaching you guys how to make a little blob. Blob, blob. I just realized this is also going to be a difficult thing because these are solid black. I don't know if they do colored versions. I just know all I have is solid black. So something I may end up having to do is using a different color to try and like outline them. All right. So also another reason to have a tail. Let's see if I can get the shadows to work with me here. There we go. Another reason to have a tail is the good place to figure out where you started. Because as you can see, this is clearly to one side. See, not everything I send is chaos. Shit! Amazon? I should have guessed that it would be on Amazon. Read up when you can. Read up on what? What did I miss? Oh, there it is. 27th, 29th, not beyond much. 7th is us doing just his birthday, which is on the 25th, but we do part of the week. And 28th, Jared, so May. Okay. Oh yeah, that reminds me. On the 20th, I will not be streaming, which reminds me I gotta go in and cancel that particular writers group. Because my sister Tea Leaf has an art show on the 20th. And I'm gonna go see that. So, yeah. Okay, I just did the 12, so I'm gonna bring this one up to speed so you guys can see it a little better. Again, we have that lovely little tail so you guys can... This is mostly for people, like, if you have a habit of putting a project down and, like, needing to go do something real quick. This helps if you're a tad bit forgetful, so with that said, I'm gonna move this down here. So, this one I believe is on the 8. Yeah, this one's on the 8. So let me find that stitch. Okay, there we are. You can also do this, I guess, backwards, having your odds. So 1 chain up, and then your odds, or actually it'd be your even stitch would be normal. Again, I recommend... Actually, hold on. I have an idea. Hey, Ross. Can you hand me that white puck? Real quick while I... while I work through this. By the way, I use this for... Oh, God. The light hates it. Okay, you can see a little bit of shadow. I used this to set things up yesterday. So this is the reason why everything is the way it currently is. Unfortunately... I don't know what happened with my light here. Cry. But just to kind of tell you, like, with what I was talking about with the yarn, you want to start out, if you're a beginner, you want to start out with something like this. This is horrendously out of focus. One moment. Is it a Logitech? It is Logitech. Okay. We're going to configure. I'm going to regret this, but we are going to put on autofocus. And we're going to see what this does. Okay. Will this autofocus now? Yeah. No. Okay, that is the correct source. What in the world is going on here? Frick, okay. Let me see if I do this. Okay, so you can see that a bit better. You can't see anything else. You can't see the black yarn. But you can see this. So, see how thin this is and how not fuzzy it is? This is what you want to start with a beginner. Heck, I would even say start with white yarn because you see all of these shadows that you can now see in the camera? Send me one then. But anyway, but you see how all of these shadows that you now can see in this yarn, this will help you like with the visual side of crochet. You can use the shadows to figure out where a stitch is. This stuff, because of how shiny, you guys saw how shiny it is. This is much harder for a beginner. And like, black yarn is an absolute challenge, to say the least. So I'm going to set this puck over here because it is a puck and will not roll.
Aye.
We're still working on our little fuzzy buddies here. But let's see, am I on the chain or am I on the normal? I am on the chain, so do normal. Push that through. And also one of the other things you're gonna have to worry about is I would suggest starting off with a fairly big hook for a beginner. Just because with a bigger hook, it's gonna be harder to make your stitches too tight. One of the things with beginners is the stitch, which is what this is, like that stitch. Beginners have a habit of making it way too tight. So let me pull that through and we're gonna count real quick. So that's 1, 2, yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and set this like so. Yeah, this is the way I do this is gonna be, so we've got our 12. This is gonna start looking like a square. That's okay. Dawn was disappointed that Little Gator Game wasn't depressing. We need to make it up to her. What do you... Wait, she was disappointed that it wasn't depressing? I don't think that's the truth. Alright. That said, we're gonna do this again with this one. All the squares make a circle? You'll find out as we go. So let's see, where am I? So I'm on 12. So essentially, you do the same thing with this, but instead of doing 1 normal, you do 2 normal. Wait, is that... What is this? This big enough? There's actually bigger. I would actually not recommend a size T, however, for starting out. I'd probably say something either K or L. Oh my gosh, the eyebrow waggle. Do I have the emote wall? I do have the emote wall. I need to make sure this is above everything. Do you want real terms or easy terms? But yeah. I don't think I have a T hook. I have an N hook. And then I think they go all the way to Z. You also have to keep the size or thickness of your yarn into account. Because, hold on, let me use this hook to grab this one project. My mom gave me this yarn because she wasn't using it. So I tried to make something with it. So a T-hook would probably be great if you use too cute stuff. Ending on a depressing note. This. By the way, this was made using the same pattern as I did for these little guys. However, when it got to about, I think for this one, or this one I should say, when I got to 12, that's when I just started just doing normal. Z's just a log. I mean, yeah, essentially. Z hooks are huge. I'd like to get one of each eventually, but the store has to have them. But yeah. Why does this yell you? Huh? Oh, those are so pretty! Wait, warm crochet hooks. I wonder what it means by warm crochet hook. Warm crochet handle great for gripping. Ah, okay, I see why. I see why, because that's also something. Because it's sometimes my hands will lose all feeling when I crochet, and they get really, really cold. So yeah, that actually would be good. But it's so pretty. It looks like mermaid scales. I kind of want that. It's so cute. I want that one specifically because it looks like the mermaid. Okay, yeah, mermaid. Well, but yeah, but the bigger this is a single piece. Similar with this, how this has a tail. This is the tail for this one. This yarn is fucking huge. I would not be able to use this hook with this yarn without losing my hook. So a T hook might actually be good for this. I used my N hook for this one and still struggled with it. But yeah, it is also a plushie. I did not add eyes because these would sink right through. So I might crochet some eyes. But for now, he's squishy. Squish, 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 squish. And thick. All right, what are these other... Aww! Wait, is that a book? Oh, it's crochet patterns. Oh, that'd be nice. Aw, more crochet pattern. Aw, I wonder how many of those they have. Though, that would be cool to get. I will say, that would be really cool to get. Oh no, what's this? Oh god, no. Like, this, for me, this is almost too big a yarn. I am not, no. No, 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 no. No, not even unless. No. That is too big for me. No, I am not using my arms for crochet, or in this case, it'd almost be knitting needles. That is essentially rope, yes. You can have it. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's funny you should mention that. That's another thing is if you're a beginner, do not do this kind of yarn. You're complaining about your hands hurting. While fair, I will give you that. No, I don't want my entire arm hurting. That will make my arm hurt like crazy. But yeah, if you're a beginner, again, don't start with... This also doesn't help that this is fluffy. It is very, very fluffy, very textured. Yay! Ow! Why am I being patted? Okay, please be safe, be careful. What the heck was that about smart detection? Alright. Love you, Ross. Please be safe, be careful. Well attempt. I will do what I can. What is this? This is... Jeez. Oh no, ads. We have ads. Oh, that'll give me time to put this away. So you guys won't be missing anything. Actually, I'm just gonna set that there. Gonna set that there. And then we're gonna look at this so I can figure out what I'm gonna do. So there's currently an ad going on Twitch. For those of you who are not on Twitch, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to get out two of these little eyes so I have them ready. Actually, I need a total of 4 since we're doing 2 plushies at the same time. I will say one unfortunate thing is you can't put these things after you close it. They cannot go in there because they could be pulled right out. You would be getting, why, you know, not on. Her arm hurts from crocheting with her arms. I mean, yeah, that would be fair. This almost looks like a spider. Hold on. Alright, how long? That's why you add Gorilla Glue. No, you mess up the yarn. Oh yeah, any subscribers are actually on the other side of the ads. Looks like a little spider head. Actually, we're gonna flip these upside down so they're easier to grab. But yeah, using glue would actually legit mess up the yarn. Here we go. Actually gonna have these little guys sit here on the little wiggle eyes. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna teach this next bit on the gold yarn instead of on the black yarn. Alright, so where are we on? We are on 8. So the next one is 12. Okay. Alright, are we all back from the ad? I hope so. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna teach on the gold. This honey one. Honey mustard one first, and then I'm gonna do the stuff on the black one, because it's gonna be easier on this. Alright, so got our hook pushed through, got our little tail to keep track of what or where we're at. Okay. In chat it says it's done. On my ads manager thing it says I still got a whole minute. Okay, so for those of you who don't have a sub, please... Actually, for those who do have a sub, please let those who don't... Let those know who don't have a sub to let me know when they're on the other side of the bed. Okay, you're back? Alright, there's at least one person. We're good.
Oh my goodness, there's so many Pokemon! This makes me happy.
Not seeing an ad? Okay.
That's because you have a sub.
Subs don't get ads. It's everyone that doesn't have a sub. Alright, so back to this. I'm going to teach on the gold, and then I'm going to go through on the black, just so that it's a little easier for me. What the heck? It still shows like I've got 10 seconds. Jiminy Cricket on a hot tin roof. Alright, you know what? Flip it. Let's go. Alright, so we've stopped at 12. We're going to keep going. This one's going to be 16. So basically adding on 4 more stitches. I like Jimmy John better than Subway. I'll go back. So 1, 2, 2 normal, and our third boy, third stitch, if it will let us. We'll do 1, 2. We chain on that one. Then the next 2 stitches are normal. So stitch 1. Stitch 2. Reach the limits of today and start to fall asleep in chair. Alright. Good night, Mr. Mace. May your sleep be restful. Hoarding. Oh no. It's not hoarding if it's yarn. Gah. I mean, yeah, that is very much a shirt for me. Because I have a massive hoard of yarn. I have a ridiculously massive hoard of yarn. Shoot, what am I on? 1, 2. Okay, so one thing you'll need to get used to with being a beginner is getting used to undoing your stitches so you figure out where you're at. So this is back to the chain, so we go forward with 2 normal. I do this a lot, it sucks, but when it's needed, it's needed. So, come on. See, that is just the stitch I just went through. That does not want to play nicely. There we go. So, stitch, chain, and each person will, to help with like pulling this part, everyone does it a little differently. You guys can see mine, like how I'm working it. Let's see. Yeah, that's Logitech. I may switch over to that other camera, who knows. We'll see. I know I'll probably have to do it when I start doing the cooking streams, which, by the way, we are 12 people away from me doing cooking streams. But anyway, so we done the chain. We do 2, 1. If it will let me. Come on, there you go. So 2 normal. Then you go into this 3rd one with a normal and then a chain. And then do that all over again. I have to be careful with this yarn because, like I showed you guys earlier, it loves to fray. And with my nails, it's one of the things of nails are great when crocheting because you can use that to manipulate the yarn, but in the same breath, you can accidentally strip this type of yarn, for example, of its little fluffies. Ah, I see where you are. There we go. So 1, 2. Unfortunately, that was tight. 3. And as you see, once again, this is looking kind of square. Found another shirt that says I crochet because punching people is frowned upon. Hold up. But let's see. Is that the chain? Yeah, it's a chain. Which I probably need to teach how I do that real quick. Alright, and we are back to the start. But as you can see, that's awful square for something so round. And you can't tell from either side. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull through this normal sketch, just kind of or stitch, to let it sit there. And now I'm going to do the same thing on this. I'm not going to talk as much. What I will talk about, though, let's see, where am I at on this one? Alright, that's my chain stitch. And you can kind of see how that's kind of square. I believe we're on the add 16 here. So, let's see. That's where that is. And you can kind of see where it's starting to shear off. Unfortunately. Okay, that is the stitch I'm in. There we go. So, I've got to slow this down. Let me do one. The hard part is getting in the zone while doing this. Black yarn is so difficult. There you are. There you are. No, there you are not. That is the wrong one. There it is. Okay. Grab it. I grab it between the pinky, the ring, and then between the middle and the pointer. So it'll look like, well, look like that. Spread. I put my thumb here to stop any more from coming through. Pull down, get the hook, adjust, and pull through. Usually. Yeah, so it's... Yep. And then pull through. I think that was 2, and so this next one should be a chain. So... I'll try to slow that down one more time. So. Okay. Again. Get it like that. And this will also, some people will do this differently. But it helps you get slack. And make sure, or helps you make sure this isn't too tight. So, spread, hook, close, adjust, and pull through. I think that's 2 normal, so this next one should be... I don't think that's the right stitch. That is the right stitch, okay. And one of the things is, if you have it between these two, the ring finger and the pinky, you can also use this to tighten, which is what you'll see me do throughout this entire thing. Periodically, oh no. Is that a periodic table shirt with yarn? Aww. Yttrium, argon, and nitrogen. I knit periodically. Okay. I thought it might be a period similar to, because I've got a Star Wars shirt, but it's Star Wars, like stuff from Star Wars, but in the shape of a periodic table. I absolutely adore that shirt. It's so cool. Did I already chain? Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna have to bring this up again. This way you guys can kind of see it again. I think I turned the autofocus on this camera, so we were gonna see if it messes with that. Where are you? Okay, you're there. Okay, I think you're too far forward. Come on. Okay, you're the strand. So 1. Come on. Okay, there's that stitch. Again, black yarn is a challenge. That's a lump, but it's round. The stitches around here. Again, easier in this one. Here you're to think crafts and science. Ah, what on earth is that? Is that supposed to be another dumpy emote? Oh, that reminds me. Does anyone know if the dumpy emote is allowed? Like if Twitch finally made a decision on that. Because it's something Pirate Software has been fighting for, I guess, for lack of better phrasing. Because I know they keep hemming and hawing on whether or not it can be approved. Oh, wait, may have seen it. There you are. No, it's like the dumpy emote apparently is like a cartoon swinging their butt around. But no, not like just a butt. It's the swinging butt. Let's see. Yeah, I've definitely lost my place trying to figure out where the stitch is on this. Anyone remember where I'm at? I think that's 2. So this might be chain. Yeah, the black blob is not going to end up as good as the gold one. But that's just because I can easily see the stuff in the gold one. Kinda-ish. But more in a circular pattern like the one with the blue jean shorts. Or I guess... Let's see if I can find it. Okay, toward you. It is... Trying to do this with the camera. This message. East one. It's like a combination of that Charizard and those emotes. I haven't seen a ruling on it yet. Or to be more exact, I haven't heard from Pirate Software if there has been, because he's been paying more attention to that than I, admittedly. Alright, come on. There you are. Oh, no. Okay. 1. Let's see, where are you? Oh, you are right there. That is not in the right place, I don't believe. Okay, so this one's gonna be a little mucky. So I will finish my little tutorial on how to make one of these then. On the gold, and I'm just gonna do this one more through feel, it seems. So, let me hobble through this then. As I check. Good. Golly, Miss Molly. Stitches shouldn't be this ridiculous. Okay, yeah. I was already going through that one. I will say the saddest part of any project is when you have to undo, like, multiple rows or layers in order to undo a mistake you've made. 1, 2. It is so sad. It is so very sad. Alright. This stitch, so the next one should be here. There we go. One. Come on. Come on, pretty please, with a cherry on top. Lay along. Thank you. 2. Halfway tempted to get my magnifying glass. Jeez. Three. Alright, where is my thing? It is here. There you are. 2. Is this the outside? Oh no, this is the outside of the puck. Frick. You see the big hype train Pirate Software did the other day, was doing a play-by-play in his Discord. I'd believe it. Or, I guess that's supposed to be 8-bit. Did I see it myself? No. Did I see the end of it? Yes, that was nuts. Like, glad on him, and I think he donated practically all of it to charity. But I'm glad. Thor, to my understanding, Thor's a pretty good dude. I still remember the day that when I was playing Heartbound, he actually popped in here when we finally got to Animus. And he actually took me, like, he instructed me to, at a certain period of time, like a certain time, and instructed me to go to this really cool Easter egg area. And I think it was Animus. And it was legit actually Pirate Software. Like, I was geeking out for days when that happened. It was so cool. And so kind! Oh, cool! I got a subscriber on YouTube! Sweet! Thank you! I am several subscribers over there, or followers, I guess, technically. I'm several away from getting monetization over on the YouTube. Kayla, thank you! Alright, where are you?
The hubby is home! How is the hubby?
Oh, this is gonna be a rough plushie. Twitch was lagging bad. Oh no. Sadness. Love it.
You get Taco Bell.
I'm gonna guess that was supposed to be a yes. 1, 2. And a little better. Some of these are less tight than others. I think the ones where I slowed down were the ones that ended up being super tight. Come on. Again, for anyone that wants to start crocheting, do not start with black yarn. You will throw crochet away immediately. Wait to do anything with black yarn until after you have made something in any other color. Again, I would recommend doing white first, because you can use, like, you can see it over here, you can use the shadows to help you figure out what your stitch is. Yeah, okay, yeah, that was... chain... Come on. There you are. And again, we're still kind of square. 1. There we are. 2. 3. Let's see. Check that stitch.
Catch.
1. Come on. There you go. 2. We'll say this is kind of where we start messing up that thing we had earlier. One. Come on. There you are. Q. And I'm going to do one more repeat of that. And the third is where we chain. There we go. one. Come on. There you go. This is probably going to end up being a very small blob. Just because of how thin this yarn is. 3. Okay, yeah. That's lined up. Let's go back to this one so you guys can see a little better. Alright, so I think I've got 16 on this one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think we need 15, 16. Alright. So we're gonna do 1, 2. So we're gonna increase this again, just kind of increasing the corners. You increase your count each time. That's 1, 2. Come on. There you are. You can kind of see where the edge is. The problem is... There we are. Meow. What is it, Puff? Oh, that actually would explain it. One moment, Kid Cat. Please don't hurt yourself. Here you go. By the way, one thing I haven't mentioned yet. This stuff. Polyfill. This is what I use for plushies. It has not come up because we have not started stuffing our plushie yet. So I'm going to set this right here where my gut is. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3. We're on the... Okay, we're on the chain. This one's a bit more easy to see. You hungry? Goodness.
I'm sorry, I can't do anything about it right now.
You want to come over here again, Puff? No? Okay. You could hear any kitty cat shouts in the background. That was Puff. Marshmallow Puff. She is a long-haired, gray, diluted tortoiseshell cat. 1, 2, 3. Then this 4th one here. We're gonna chain. Then do that again. 1, 2. Go ahead and pull that so I don't have to tug as much. 3, 4. Chain, and essentially you chain at every one of these corners as this square starts showing a bit more and more. 1, 2. Need to make things stretch out as as long as possible. So you get food stamps or unemployment. Yeah. And again, don't be ashamed if you have to scooch back a few to figure out where you're at. Okay, that's the chain. 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. That does not like me. Ah, I see what's happening. It's starting to fray a little bit. Let's see. That's going to be a difficult stitch to deal with. So I need to be careful with it and kind. Come on. That is not the correct stitch. Alright, so we're going to use this to pull that stitch up so I can get a better look. See where I'm at? Okay. That's where the next one is. That is another one. Did you see? Again, you get a little squeak. Apparently, they already got groceries twice. Less. Alright. And essentially what you do for every round, the bigger kind of that you want this to be, depending on the yarn you have, the more like, say, I think we're at 20 right now. We should be. We should be at 20 with this round. Essentially the wider you want this, the more that you just do, like you add a stitch at each of the corners with the chain one off of a normal stitch. Can you make it? Yes. Yes. You know what? Because let me check these yarn. Yes, actually. I could make a little bumblebee. So this will be longer than normal. So I'm gonna do one more round for we'll turn this little blob into a bumblebee. And that means I get to teach how to change between yarns. I'd probably only change twice for something this small. So it'll be change to black, which will still be difficult, unfortunately, but I'm not going to be talking as much. But yeah, I'll get to a little bit wider. 1, 2, 3, 4, and every one of these layers, like you see how we're doing a 4 here. So we were doing 4, now we do 5 of these single stitch. Again, Elizabeth would be better with the terminology than I am, because I generally am not the one that teaches this. I just do. Yeah. But yeah, also one of the things when you're working with, like if you want to make a bee, make sure your yarns are the same thickness. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of issues. I appreciate that, Elizabeth. I'm so bad with the terms. Alright, so I believe we've got our 5. Then chain 1. And then you do 5 more stitches. And again, the stitch is just you poke your hole through a previous stitch on the previous layer. And you pull the yarn through it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, chain. I think that's, yeah. So, again, it looks very square, but it will end up very round. Weird like that. So chain, so we got 2 more sides. 1. Come on. 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, if I really thought about it, I would have told y'all to grab like any yarn and a crochet hook. Or you could also, you technically could do this with your fingers. You don't need a hook, but I would recommend a hook because it's going to make a lot of yarns easier to deal with. Because yeah, in all technicality, we're going to use this one real quick. I had a bunch of yarn ready. This is another one of those. It came off of a puck because there wasn't enough of this to make a puck. As you can obviously see, because this thing is about the same size as my little blob. But yeah, technically, you could crochet with just your finger. I am bad at this, just a warning. But you technically could crochet with your fingers. It is going to be huge, mind you. But as you can see, you can do it. Like I said, I am bad at this, and how did that end up looking good? The heck? I don't do finger crochet! But it's essentially just widen the loop, pull through, and it's similar. But yeah. But if you don't mind, like if you're making a scarf and you don't mind really large holes in your scarf, you could do finger crochet. I would recommend the chunky yarn if you do that though. So the stuff that is like super thick, I think this is called super chunky. It's either 6 or 7, or it might be I can't remember if this is jumbo or if it's above that. But like a super thick yarn, that would be best for doing like the finger crochet. How the heck did that actually look good earlier? I'm confused. I don't ever finger crochet. Then again, the mechanics are very, very similar. It's just I prefer hook because I like my stuff a bit tighter. But anyway, I think we had, yeah, one more side, I believe. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna keep going. 1, 2, 3. If you guys have any questions, by the way, about crochet, you can ask me or you can ask Elizabeth. Don't hesitate. One of us will know the answer, I'm sure. All right, so I think this is a good width. This is going to be a good backside to our bumblebee instead of a blob. So what I'm going to do is normally I would say wait for the end for this, but we're going to make sure that doesn't slip. So you see how that tail pops out? You see that? Well, I don't need to keep track of where I am kind of anymore with these stitches. So what I'm going to do is this is going to be the outside of our plushie. This is what this looks like. This is the inside of our plushie. Now, you may want this particular like texture. It's one of those to the untrained eye, they probably look the same. For someone like me or someone who's done a lot of crochet, these are very different. But if you would prefer this, you could just keep the tail there and you just squish it this way. But this is going to be my inside. So what I'm going to do, take little tail. And this is another reason why if you're a beginner, you want a long tail. But you're going to poke your hole through where that tail is. Loop it around, make sure that hooks. And yoink! Plop it right on through. All right. So now, since I'm not adding any more this way, I'm just going to add this way. Make sense? Do you feel like busting out my knit and is watch even though it's spring? I mean, you can crochet knit at any point in time in the year. Like, my giant project that I have over here that I'm having to use bandanas to wrap in order to keep it manageable. By the way, this hook is currently dealing with this project as well. But yeah, just like here's, you can see all of those lovely layers. By the way, for those of you who don't know what this is a California king size blanket. It is currently the correct length. Now I am crocheting because I prefer to crochet length first and then add width. That is how I do it. Some people prefer doing width first and then length. It all is entirely person dependent. But yeah, this shit, I lost my train of thought. Everyone's got their thing. Everyone's got their thing. But anyway, I'm so sad that I lost my train of thought. But anyway, so whoop. All right, so I think I said I needed to do one of those. Someone could remind me what I was talking about. That'd be great. I'd love to get that train of thought finished. Oh, wait, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. this thing's gonna take me years. Maybe not 5. Hopefully it'll take me less than 3 years. My very first blanket took me 3 years. The next one after that took me 6 months. Hopefully this won't take me years. Like this, what I have done, which is almost 2 feet long this way. This took me maybe a month. Isn't it normal in winter and fall because I'm not overheated? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But I love the heat. So I can crochet any time in the year. So I don't have to worry about that as much. Terrible little brag, I know. By the way, I went ahead, for those of you who weren't here, or those of you who are on the other side of the ads, I have set up the little wiggle eyes. I got these at Hobby Lobby for, well, as you can see, $1.49. Actually, no, I bet you I got these cheaper because most of the stuff I get at Hobby, I get on sale. I know. I love the heat. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I do enjoy me that 100-degree weather, especially if I can play in water. But anyway, so, as I said, I'm going to start adding length now. So essentially, it is just stitching around until you get the length you want. And there's not really much to say about that. It'll kind of naturally round out as you work. And the only thing I'm going to be struggling with is making sure I can get into that stitch that I'm trying to wiggle open also. Because there's a nice little bump. As you can see, you can't see the bump on either of these. This one is it's like naturally flat on the bottom, which I believe is where this is. This winter you did not have it. That is true. This winter was weird. All right, I'm gonna move this over here. And I know on Discord, I know this is the one that won, but I'm going to teach this. And then I'll get back to this. Let's see, for this particular yarn, I believe this is a 4. So yarn has different numbers depending on its, like, width, or I guess technically radius, diameter. No, it'd be diameter. But based on its thickness. And I believe this is a 4. If it's not a 4, it's a 5. Because this right here, again, about to blind y'all again. This is 4. So this might be 5. But that 4 is medium. I don't remember what 5 is called off the top of my head. I think it might be considered chunky? Maybe? I'd have to go back and look. I normally just deal with 4. I normally don't go much bigger than 4, maybe 5 like this. It is very rare for me to deal with something bigger. But I do work with stuff that's smaller. Stuff like... I actually don't have any on my desk for once. But there's these very, very thin yarns that are often used for making lace. I do enjoy working with those. I actually have a hook small enough to work with them. And they're so cute and they're so dainty. I do greatly enjoy them. Obviously, you can't make plushies out of them. I would not recommend making plushies out of them. You will lose your mind. Like, no two ways about it. You will lose your mind. But making things like fingerless gloves. Or making lace. Those are the first thing, because I do actually have a project. I need to find the yarn again. It is in my massive pile. But I do have at least one fingerless glove that I've made. Oops, we're gonna push you back over here. We're just gonna have a little, I'm gonna have a little blob staring up at you. Ignore the spider blob. Let's see. Now, I will say some people, if you're following a pattern, it would be really wise, like especially with this kind of yarn, to use what's called stitch markers. The stitch marker is essentially something you hang in the yarn to mark where a certain stitch is. Usually it's like, okay, I need to get back to this stitch to complete like a row or two. For the longest time, I just eyeballed it. But with this project, this big boy, I had to have... Oh, okay, you can actually see one. I had to have stitch markers, which I got these... again, I got these at... whatchamacallit. What did Thor do? I heard giggling and I see Thor's face. But again, I got these. They're... Like, if you've seen enamel pins, it's that, but on a little, like... lobster clasp, and I use these. You can get them at Hobby Lobby, and they actually have, like, this is a sloth with yarn. Unfortunately, my light is terrible right now. Hold on. There you go. So, whoops. But yeah, like, I've got two of these. One is an owl, and I think one is an owl, but this one is a sloth that's covered in yarn, or holding yarn, I should say. But it essentially helps with keeping your place, essentially. With this project, I had to use a stitch marker. Yes, I know it's at the end. It's not roundabout like this is, but there was something with this project that started making my eyes go wonky. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just save my eye strength and my brain, and we're just gonna use stitch markers. And in addition, it just gave me an excuse to use my stitch markers. So technically, you could also make them if you wanted to. Like, you could probably make some out of clay and just get a little lobster clasp and turn it into a little charm. Now, one of the things you'll see me do is wiggle. Sometimes wiggling is enough, so I don't have to use my nails to pull up on the yarn, thereby less likely... It makes you less likely to damage the yarn. And we're going to pull some slack, and I'm going to click on that link. What is this link? Mama G like to use this stuff. Oh god, I hate that type. That is a pain in the ass to work with. Huh.
I sent you a link to the thing I was on.
Okay. Like, no offense to you, Mama G. I hate that particular type of yarn. I have some of that yarn. I still hate it. Just absolutely hate that stuff. Because when I first started using it, I was the only one I knew that crocheted because Granny was dead. So I had to figure out how in the world to use it, and for the life of me, I could not use it. Eventually, I figured out how to use it, but by that point, it was similar with, like, black yarn. It was just too much, and I couldn't deal with it anymore. I hated that stuff so much, and I think it's one of the yarns I have that is so far tucked away that it's going to be amazing if I ever see it again. God. Kind of a sorry for such a visceral reaction, but I hate that stuff so much. Ah, my soul. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. So we're just gonna continue moseying on. All right, so for additional length for something like this, because it's gonna be round and cute, I would advise keeping segments short. to use it on knitting loom and makes hats. Okay. Well, I'll put it this way, all power to you. I don't like this particular type of yarn. It drives me up a freaking wall. Thank you. It didn't dry out much at all.
Nope.
Oh, shit. I didn't even think about that.
Ross gave me a little tasty treat.
I've been good today. I've been good all this week in terms of like keto. Also, don't get upset if your yarn ends up wrapping around your finger. It's an easy just drop. And then you just pick it back up. Also, I'm so sorry if my hands are like super blurry. This is just how fast I move. When it comes to crochet, this is just how fast I move. Technically, I can't move faster, but again, my California King blanket size project, I can now crochet something and not have to look at it. But it's only in one direction. Definitely not with this yarn. Good lord, not with this yarn. But the other yarn I've got here, I can actually do that. All right. So we got a nice little chunk here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this inside out. And we're going to pull on our tail a little bit. Okay, yeah, we're about where I need to be. I'm going to do 2 more stitches. And yeah, with this, the reason I'm not giving any instructions of how many rows you need to do is it really is just dependent on the person. Go as far as you think you want to with this, but just note that when you change colors for your yarn, you can't exactly add more. With this yarn, I would be very afraid to do that. With this stuff, not so much. Okay. I'm gonna do that. So, now, with most yarns, when you change color, you're going to essentially take the 2 ends. Let's see, can I poke out the other end of this one? This is a puck, for those of you who don't know. Ah, there you are. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to wrap this back around. I much prefer to work from the inside of the puck. We're going to turn that around. And essentially what you do and this is also like if you run out of a skein, you do this exact same thing. You take your 2 ends, you wrap them around like you're going to tie them in a big knot. So, you do a knot like this. Then you tie it like this. And then you will cinch it close. The reason I'm not doing that, because this is near impossible to get uncinched. This stuff loves to cling to itself. You cinch it shut, and then you cut off the tails. However, with making plushies, I do something a little different. Because I'm changing colors, and eventually, since I'm going back to this color specifically, if I wasn't using this color again, I wouldn't deal with it. I wouldn't bother. But since I am, what I'm going to do is I am going to thread this through, and it's been a long time since I've done this because I've been making the little blobs, which are all just one color. So let me get my hook back through this real quick. I'm going to do 1 more stitch. I'm going to have it like this. What I'm going to do is I am going to pull... I'm going to make sure I got a nice little tail here. Both colors. I'm going to pull both through. Again, nice little tail. And because, again, this is going to be my inside. So I don't have to worry about how this looks as much. So let me finish this real quick and I'll answer that. So I pull both through. What I do, drop the new color. And I put the little tail through this. Again, since this is the inside, I'm not as worried. If you want to be extra sure, you pull that through. Whoop. You don't pull this one. You pulled your old color. I'm gonna scooch this back just a little bit. All right. And you close this little loop and pull that down. See? Now, if you want a little extra security, this is another reason why I say go as far as you think you want to with your first color. You probably won't be able to turn back. I'm going to give this a little extra security. And we're going to make ourselves a nice little old knot. Again, this is going to be on the inside, so I'm not too worried. And then we have this still here. But we have our new color. And we just continue on with it. See? Now you will have to fuss with this a little bit, but not much. And essentially what we'll do is to undo it, we'll pull both through and do the exact same thing. Only I'll probably still be tying I might, again, to just give it a little bit more extra strength. Normally I don't do this. But I'll probably cut this once it's pulled all the way through. And essentially, just like I said, do the same thing. But we don't need the yellow here. We're going to pull that back out. And we're going to continue on with black. Now, this is going to be easy at first because you can see the previous color fairly easily. It is going to be very, very difficult when we get back to the black. And technically, I am using the black yarn, so this counts. We just need to make a black blob instead of a bumblebee. I would say I can't believe this has taken me 2 hours, but I'm teaching, so it's understandable that I'm going a lot slower. In addition, black yarn, generally, I end up doing things a lot slower with that. Hey! Oh no! Add start! Okay, so what was the question? Had to ask this, what do you do to balls yarn that are not that big to make anything out of them? Because I like to mess the small barns. Okay. So these. Essentially these. In this case, if it's something this small, make a little blob. You can make a little blob. You can turn them into like a scrap doll or scrap scarf or just any scrap project. Essentially that's kind of what I think it was the 4th Doctor that had the crazy scarf. Essentially, they gave a lady a whole bunch of scrap yarn and said, make a scarf out of this. That's the reason why the pattern's so random. But yeah, with something this small, you can make a little blob. Blub, 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 blub. So yeah, you can make all kinds of things out of just this small bit of yarn. And with that, we have a little old ad break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and make some progress on our other little friend. So I'm going to pull this through. We already got a nice little pattern, but I'm gonna start working on this during our little ad. If someone could tell me when the ad break is over, that would be great. Tom Baker, okay. Yeah, I remember that little bit of trivia because a friend of mine, I don't believe it was you, Goldie. I think it was, it might have been Nate. When he found out about the yarn thing, he's a big Doctor Who fan. Him and his fiance, I believe. And, yeah. They were like, they told me about that. Pretty sure it was them. Alright, so this is a yarn I gotta fight with. Fabulous. I'm sorry if this is too close. But I am having a hard time saying this. I made a plush ducky out of this. Alright, let me move my polyfill up. I need something to lean on. Because my desk is very sharp. It's very sharp corners. Yeah, let me know when ads in a train. Check. Now, this was going to be a mess, so I'm just going to go with the flow with this one. And currently got an ad break on Twitch, so I'm just kind of working this one best I can. Yeah, I don't know. To have Greg and I let me know when the ads are over. I think that would work best. He am good boy and he am nice sound.
Take a shot.
Ads over? Fabulous. All right. So let me get a few more stitches in on this one. I may have to switch. I may have to just undo all of this. At least it's taking shape again. A little messy there for a little bit. And again, you can starting to see some of the damage that we got going on here. Didn't mean to spook me. That happens. Alrighty, so I'm gonna get that stitch going, and we're gonna return back to this. So one of the things I like, so as you can see, I've got this yarn in two different states. This is a ball. This is a puck. Pucks are nice because you can just plop them down anywhere and they are not going to move. Well, they're not going to roll around everywhere like a ball will. You can put that and it'll go all over the place sometimes. And these are these are stackable. And I've kind of become obsessed a little bit with puck yarn. Or pucking, I guess, yarn. It's essentially taking my balls of yarn and skeins and turning them into pucks. Because this is easier to manage. Alright, so let us continue on with this blob now turned bumblebee. Aw, he got knocked over. And so we're gonna steadily work this. There we go. And now, essentially, again, we're just going to increase width to however wide we want this. And we have a tail that we can use to keep track of where the beginning of our round is. Ball. Indeed, balls. Turning balls into pucks. Latin on them. I have a feeling a lot of people may have just flinched. Alright. So we're going to get back to where this is. We just have to be patient. Oh. That's going to be a problem. So, we have a problem. This is the outside of our plushie here. This is the inside of our plushie. Where's this currently located? Currently located on the outside. This happens all the time. Calm down. I got this. Just something I forgot when I was teaching you guys about changing the colors. So, what we're going to do here, take this, because this needs to be on the inside, where our little buddy here is. I'm going to take this, and we're going to hide it underneath the stitch. So, not going to be this stitch. No. It is going to be on the stitch where we change colors. So, I'm going to pull this over here. Just real plain and simple. And then we're going to slightly struggle, mind you. Because this knot is going to be weird. We're going to pull that a little. Unfortunately, as you can see, I damaged the yarn. We're going to pull this on the other side. We're going to crochet. Gonna do that little stitch. And it is now on the correct side. My fingers are not little. They're long. And very quick, apparently. Oh yeah, I don't often get to show this off. Look! He's my engagement ring, my wedding ring. I adore my engagement ring because it's nice. It's got a low profile. Not why did you facepalm? Because I said balls? Or because I described squishing balls down into flat pucks? Which one? Alright, so now I'm going to be struggling again because we are dealing with a hard-to-see color. But you can see how this kind of plays into itself. See the difference? You can barely see where the stitches are in this color, but you can vividly see them here. See, I told you someone was going to flinch. Akane is just giggling over there like grunt in Mass Effect. Which I would eventually like to try and play that game series again. There's just something about the first... Maybe because now that I've played Halo, and I'm at the very least gold still. Maybe I have a better shot at trying to play Mass Effect now. Oh, hi, 8-Bit! Coming out of the bushes, I see. Would you like to see our progress on the Bumblebee? Did somebody say balls? Yes, I do have balls. Thinking because I happen to be doing it. But yes, I have a big ball and I have tiny ball. I'm actually just gonna set this on the small one here I technically have 2 balls on screen. No, I am not going to stop this anytime soon. Because fuck it, I love puns. And this is the blob we're currently working on. Again, as you can see, black yarn, so it's very difficult to work with. So it's very slow progress. And I'm using this to teach. But I have those 2 balls, and I have oblong ball. Giant oblong ball, which, by the way, this is the soft blue. You can't really tell because of the light. Let me try this. Now you can tell. My innuendo senses are tingling. Oh, the blue yarn attacked me. Oh no. Let's see. I may have mentioned squishing balls. My ears were itching. I am also here with Ty. Oh, hello 8-Bit and hello Time. How are you glorious people doing? Did you say tentacly?
Squishy, squishy. What I mean, look. We make a little squishy. Squish, 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 squish. Little blob. Squishy blob. Please, please.
I can neither nor deny. Truly tragic. What should we do?
Buy a blob.
Or make a blob. Technically, this stream is about making these things. It's just unfortunate for me. This is the yarn that won, and it's very difficult to work with. But hey, technically I'm working with black yarn right now. I will say, I thought this was going to go a lot faster, but I think it's because I am taking my time to teach and I'm going back and forth between these two, essentially 2 projects. Yeah, it's kind of like what I do outside of stream. See, I do actually love making stuffies. They're so fun to watch come to life. This is true. Do I have to get the water gun? No! You don't have to get the water gun there, Goldie. Might have to get the fire hose, but not the water gun. We'll pull that out of the center. Again, this is why I like pucks, because pulling from the center, they don't move. Pulling from the balls, those move. I need to wrap my ball back up. Don't need too much of it dangling. I'm making this worse. Now all I need is someone from Halo to pop in and I'm doomed. I don't see D-Lab anywhere, so I should be fine. Like the Super Soaker with the backpack tape. Yes, get me wet. I mean, what? Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Actually, I'm going to increase the music real quick. That's kind of low. It's kind of low. There we go. Also, if anyone wants to... I think I've got a wired mouse somewhere, but let me show you guys something on this. See this? This was covered in plastic. This is said plastic. It's nice grippable stuff. But because of how I grip it, because this is how I have to grip a mouse or otherwise I lose it. And as you can see, I have nails. I have accidentally worn through this stuff. So, I still want a mouse like this because the grip makes all the difference. My hand doesn't go numb with this. But maybe a wired mouse because the wireless, in all honesty, this wireless kind of sucks. It's not bad for what it is. I know a lot of people kind of dunk on Razer. Almost as you can see down here, I've got Razer products everywhere. But If anyone could find me like another ergonomic, I mean, some of this is because of Patchy, but if you guys know of like a good company that makes ergonomic mice for gaming, like I said, as you can see here, that would be great. That would be great. I also love the little side buttons. This is amazing. Like, this has been ridiculously amazing. I love it so much. But yeah, just thought I'd show off my poor damaged mouse. But yeah, I kind of want a wired one for my next one because this one keeps losing the computer. Somehow. Looking for mice with an ergonomic major cut. But they have to be wired, so extra caffeinated. Really? I've had such problems with Logitech. Like, this camera's a Logitech. Not as bad as my other Logitech that I had, but still. Like, all of the products that I got, like my headphones, my webcam that I use for my face, because this one is an old one. Akane, which you guys will know as Ace of Diamonds, she gave me this camera. This one right here that I'm poking. But the ones that I use for my face cam, what I use for my headphones, as you can see, my keyboard, and my mouse, like, all of that is Razer. Hate Logitech products, but I swear by this mouse. Okay. Yeah, I want a actual wired mouse so that this quits losing connection to the computer. It's because this has lost connection to my computer during a Halo match in ranked. It was the worst time. Oh gosh, it was terrible. But yeah, it'll just randomly lose the computer somehow. Uh-oh, made that a little too tight. This one is still, wireless but ergonomic. Okay. Yeah, I'd like ergonomic but wired. And thank you for the lurk. I don't have Ripley the Raptor on this scene, I just realized, but eh. Alright. I'm gonna go probably for a total of 4. So I'm starting number 3. I'm gonna go a total of 4 rows. I'm starting number 3. Making sure I got that right for myself. I mean, it'll work wired if you use a USB-C to a cable. Oh, I like that. So it can be optionally wired. Like, this can't be optionally wired. It can only be wireless, but if I had the option of making it wireless or wired, that would be great. And as you can see the product. The Basculus Hyperspeed. I think I got it on sale. Or to be more exact, Ross got it on sale and gave it to me. Yell at it? No, I am not yelling at a mouse. There's no point. It'll squeak and run away. Speaking of, my cats are terrible mousers. I don't know where the field mouse is now, but I do know we had a field mouse in the house for a bit. And I sat Amaretto in front of it, and Amaretto didn't go for it. Giving in mind, I immediately felt sorry for the mouse the moment I did that, and I'm like, oh crud, I need to catch this mouse and have Ross take it to a field far away. What? Huh? Hi, Amaretto, you terrible mouser, you. Is she standing on your head right now?
No. He's standing on my shoulder.
Oh my god.
Halfway.
Blessed little cat. I will say the main reason I grabbed Amaretto and not Puff is Amaretto is someone who I can pick up. Puff, I cannot because Puff will panic too much. It's on Elizabeth. Kick. Alright.
Come on.
Yeah, this is easier to work with also because it doesn't snag as much as this one does. But it is still difficult to work with. I'm so thankful though that this is so much, it's softer and smoother than this is. But it's still difficult to work with. Alright, so we are about to finish. Yeah, I think four will be good for this. I got out the big Nerf gun, oh my gosh. Who are you going to throw those suction cups on, eh, Goldie? Who's getting the suctions? You're gonna have to change guns now. I'd say what, but I know exactly what I did. Alright, so we just finished round 3, or row 3, I should say. And again, you can tell why this is harder to work with than this. So this will be our next round, and then I'm going... Actually, you know what? I'm going to flip it inside out real quick.
It almost looks like a little hat, like a little bucket hat.
Alright, on to row 4. There are times when I can be a little scandalous with my language. At times, not always. Sometimes I don't catch it in time and I get smacked in the face with a big ol' lump of oh dear. No, really. I am drawing too much joy out of this. An Arnold Palmer. This is diet lemonade and tea. But Chick-fil-A calls it a Sunjoy. This is war. What do you mean this is war? What's warring?
I don't mean the bunny rabbits.
Or you mean similar to how I went... Oh my goodness. No, not yet, you don't. Huh? Are the sides Goldie and Elizabeth here? In the words of Alucard from Helsing Abridged, oops, did I just accidental a war? Alright, so now we're getting back to this spot. Let's take a look. When this gets stuffed, maybe that'll work. Alright, so here's how this one's gonna go. We're going to flip this over. I'm going to put down another stitch. Alright, so we're changing colors again. So we've got... Essentially what I've done is we have this. Is simply and nicely tucked it under here. Went through here. And so now we have both of these on this side. Maybe. Oh dear. Oh great, how did I turn into Alucard here? Alright, so similar to what I did the first time. We take these two and we bring them both through here. Now, what's gonna change, because this, I'm going to do the end side of this now. What's gonna change is the black here. So now we got some trusty dusty scissors. That's so much fun to listen to. So, I'm going to pull that a nice ways in. I'm going to check to see how far away this is from here. And we're going to shorten this right about here. So I know this is the one leading out. And it's just an easy adjustment of pull and then use this to figure out which side you need to cut. So this is the one I need to tie. I am going to tie like so. Just a basic little knot. If it will let me. So yeah. I would recommend actually doing this once you snip, but once you snip, you can't go back. So a nice little soft knot here. Check to make sure I tied the right thing. Pull that, not tight, but taut. Bring out the water balloons. Oh dear. I'm gonna move that a little closer. And I'm actually gonna snip right here. Reason is so I can tie another knot. That way, this doesn't come undone. I'm gonna plop that through. Gonna do that. And with this, just gonna make ourselves another nice little knot. And now, we're back to this one. We're back to our yellow. Our honey gold here. Now, I need to find the next stitch. And we're going to do one row of this before I check it again. Call dibs on the cardinals. Goes to get the water balloons. No, not from the freezer. No, I still think this is a bad idea. Oh my gosh. No frozen water balloons. Oh, okay. That actually reminds me of a story. So have any of y'all played paintball? by any chance. Because maybe some of you may have heard the story from me before, some of you may not. I'm gonna tell it anyway. So, one of the things, so me and some friends went to a paintball course for this dude. Is the kettle off limits? No kettles. That has a heating element. No kettles. Garden hose is allowed. But one of the rules that they had at this paintball course was, if I remember correctly, you had to use their paintballs. And the reason for that is because some people would be assholes and they would freeze their paintballs. Now, for those of you who haven't played paintball before, it is essentially this little, I guess, airsoft gun that you shoot these little plastic balls full of paint. Were they blue? I don't remember. But if I remember, if I remember correctly, is you had to use theirs because people, at one point, people would freeze. Ha, I see what you did there. Blue balls, ha. But so they would be assholes and they would freeze, and that would end up like people would get cut by these paintballs, and they wouldn't go off like they're supposed to, because the paintball itself is made ha dabba dee dabba die. I have not listened to Eiffel 65 in a while. But the plastic is supposed to be soft enough that upon impact, it's supposed to explode and cover you in paint. If you freeze them, they don't do that. They just hit really hard and could potentially break skin, which is what the paintball course did not want. That's ultimately what the frozen balloons reminded me of. But this particular paintball trip, I ended up being the only girl there, which really sucked, because I was told there'd be another girl, which is the only reason my parents let me go on this trip. Literally the only reason. And with this paintball course, we had our little group of a bunch of kids. We had another group who were, they're there often. And then there was these two guys. Two full-grown adults. Who we found out later were Navy SEALs. We were a bunch of little kids. We were in middle school, junior high. And we were playing against fucking Navy SEALs. And they did not take it easy on us. How do I know this? Because when they decided to target me, they hit me square in my pinky. It hurt so freaking bad. Waterbend this. I wish. But God, they were merciless. Eventually, they're like, hey, have a good day. Like, I had bruises all along my arms and my hand. It was so bad. And we still had to go to school the next day. So I didn't have time to recover from this. And then after they left, like, our group went to another spot that kind of did like a battle royale. I ended up being make hats for your fuzz balls. Or fur balls. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea if I could get them to wear the hats. I might be able to get Amaretto to wear the hat. Amaretto's not as finicky as Puff. Alright, we're gonna go another... Actually, I need to check this. Okay. We're gonna go one more round. We're gonna finish this row. But also, hi Brian! But yeah, so the last, I ended up being the second to last person in this battle royale. With the kid whose birthday it was, his dad was playing. His dad, suddenly it was real quiet. It was just me and this kid's dad in this last bit of paintball. The dude came around behind the bale of hay I was hiding behind and shot me square in the ass. The paintballs didn't break! So he kept shooting until finally one of them broke. I ended up with this, like, demonic smiley face made out of bruises on my rear end. Keeping in mind, I absolutely wanted to play paintball again, but I've never gotten the chance to play paintball since that day. I'm kind of sad about it. What? Good Lord, I was covered in bruises. But I was so freaking happy. It was awesome. I'd love to play paintball again. Like, the one time I almost got hooked. I think the only reason I'm satanic ass. It was bad. After I got home, my parents were mad that I was bruised. They were even more furious when they found out I was the only girl there. Like, out of all the groups, I was the only chick. I think one of the owners of the course was also a woman, but it has been a long time. I don't remember that. I don't remember the owners that much, but I do remember there were two of them. We are now on to waterbending in the water fight. Oh no. I'm surprised you don't try and fight with your little Pokemons. I think Goldie is a Eevee. What is a Lizabelle? I need to actually click to see what a Lizabelle is. Oh, hi, Krolnus! Krolnus is a Entei. 8-bit's a Totodile. Elizabeth is a Shelter. That is funny. Let's see, who else do we have here? We have Daphid, which again, thank you for the sub earlier. We got Icarus, the Electabuzz, standing next to my beautiful Feraligatr. Karate Kid is a Quilava. Timmy the Termite is a Zubat. Liz is a Quillfish. Daddy Warcrimes is an Onyx. Grekanabot, that has still got to be the most perfect Pokemon that this thing could have chosen for Grekane. Grekane is a Dunsparce. Ooh! Moonlight Spook. Hi, Moonlight! Hi, Lost Pixie! Who are a Smoochum and Clefairy, respectively. And then Brian Locke is a Sunflora. That is hysterical. Pokemon's this. Pet. Alrighty, so that might end up on this end. Alright, so we're gonna pull that a little bit of ways. This is starting to look like the body of Charlie Brown. But I think what I'm gonna do, even though this end is pointed, I think I may make this the bee side, like the bee's face. Because that'll be easier to adjust. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put these here, and then we're gonna stuff it, and then we're gonna see from there. Oh, my stuffing! There's a stuffing stick in this one. A little stuffing tool. But anyway, time for the polyfill. We are now... we're now on water Pokemon. Well, I mean... Akane is a Suicune. Oh man, we just need one person to be Raikou. And we have the whole set. Alright, so we are going to stuff this. I'm gonna have to unstuff it after I place the eyes so I can put the backings on. But Come here, please. Here we go. I'm a what? When did I join that? Here's some Flora. I think if you're a follower, you're naturally one of those. Or you might just be viewer in general, I'm not sure which. Oh, I see Add Up for Christ is an electrode, yeah. Cool.
But yeah.
Well, I think I've got my placement for the eyes. It looks right, at least. Alright, so unfortunately I gotta unstuff this. And then gotta turn this inside out. Alright, so these are the backs. As you can see, they're the little spear picket pieces here. Alright. That one's not all the way on, but it's in place enough that I can work on this one. There we go. That is solidly on. That is not coming off. These are difficult. These can be difficult to do. Alright, these are in place. Looks kind of spazzy. But it looks very nice on the other side. So I'm going to restuff this, because I can still work on this. It looks so cute. Alright. We're gonna do one more row. I'm going to pull this up so that I can get this tail. And still keep track of where I'm at. This is another place where a stitch marker would be really good. Actually, you know what? Fluff it. I know I'm gonna need at least this much. So I'll restuff it in a little bit.
Dave the Diver soundtrack, let's go!
I love this music. I love this game. I think you should make life-size Pokemon, including a 60... No, I do not have the money for something like that. I'll also put it this way, even the Pokemon Company would not make a life-size Wailord. And they have a life-size Furret. I will say making that Joltik, though, was fun long time ago. Water fight ends in a tie, lol. Yo, lol. Ah, this yarn feels so nice. But yeah, so I've taught you guys how to start a plushie and get it to a certain width. I've taught you guys how to change colors between yarns. And this doesn't waste yarn, and it reduces the amount of ugly knots you gotta deal with. Ending with bubbles. Fucking bubbles! Do I have sound alerts on this scene? Does anyone know? That also reminds me I do need to set up Tangia. And this is also another reminder that on the 20th, I am not streaming. So next week, if I do have 2 streams, it's going to be a Thursday and Friday. There will not be a Saturday stream.
Stickers! You know got stickers. You know who's got stickers?
You know.
Ha! That's great. Awesome. Dude, put your link in chat. So this way I can click you later.
Unoraptormon's got stickers. Stickers! I love stickers. Which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, that is the voice of Pumpkin Guy, who sang that little ditty a long time ago at this point. I asked him if I could use it. He said yes. If he doesn't remember that he says yes, that's on him, because it is recorded on his live stream. On one of his live streams. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, this one's gonna get rough. I wish I could find... Or I wish I could remember which one it was. But that is also...
Topical comedy. Apply directly to
No one
you.
here, not unless it's with a water fight. Cack.
Oh, my ego, it burns.
Topical
Topical comedy is
comedies
making me think.
Made tuna fish mixed with shredded cheese to melt the cheese and eating it with crackers. Hey, do what you gotta do. You made a tuna melt. I might get myself some tuna fish. I'm not sure yet. I got a salad I can eat, though.
Actually, I don't really give a shit. I'm tired of hearing this crap all the time. It's so boring.
Nothing on this stream is ever...
Aww.
Aww.
You're boring me to death. So bored. Oh my god.
Thank you, Icarus. I appreciate that.
Alright, so we're back here, so I think we can start closing up. Yeah, we can start this descent. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna close that a little quicker.
Unoraptormon!
What is it, Grekane?
Someone wants you to compliment them.
3, 4. Who am I complimenting? Oh, I gotta compliment me. Crap. I'm good at coming up with crochet patterns on the fly. This is entirely on the fly. So speaking of, next thing I need to teach you is how to close this thing. So here we gotta start decreasing. So every 4 stitches, so I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I'll skip a stitch, which is essentially, instead of putting my hook in this next stitch, I put it in the next one over. Skipping a stitch. That's all that is. But for this row, I'm doing 1 every 4. So 1. And I'm counting the first one after the skip stitch. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Skipping this stitch. So not putting my hook in this one, putting it in this one. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, this isn't a Tootsie Pop. We get to go to 4. Then skip stitch. 1, 2. I'm gonna stop here on the 3 and I'm gonna check something. So we are actually going to get to this next stitch, which is 4. I'm gonna scooch that in. All right. So you're going to want to close this fairly quickly. And what I mean by that is you don't want to keep doing the like once every 4, once every 3. We're gonna go from once every 4 to once every 2. And then essentially you'll kind of get the hang of it eventually as you go down. But actually, with that said, let's turn this inside out. We'll say at this point you want to turn it inside out and restuff it. Because you should be far enough away from the original point that you're not going to run into that stuffing too much. And it'll make it kind of easier because you're partially stuffed and this thing's going to be easier to deal with. So, we need to close this up. So now we're going to do... And this will be a good place for a stitch marker. But since I'm doing one every 2... For me, I'm going to naturally know where to start doing, like, every other. But this is just going to be one of those things that you guys are going to have to learn on your own. Because each person has a different... This is one of those things, just you get a different feel for every project. Like this one, like I would have started closing this if I were making a blob, which is what I was originally making. I would have started closing up right where I started the black. But because I turned this into a bumblebee just to prove that it could be made, we're not doing that, so. There you go. So, pull through there, that is our 4. So we were skipping this first one. So we skip this stitch. I put this thing in autofocus, you'd think it'd work. But we skip that first stitch. Do 1, 2, skip. 1, 2, skip that. And you can kind of see how that is starting to get smaller. And this is another area where don't be ashamed to undo your stitches to help you keep track of where you're at. Don't be afraid to undo stuff. It's gonna feel sucky, I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna feel sucky, especially if you're a perfectionist like me. But you just... Yeah. You just have to let yourself accept that. So 1, 2, skip, next. 1, 2, yippee. 1, 2, and because I know this is where I made that change, I can reach in, and I'm gonna look for the tail again. Reason is because that's gonna help me keep my place. So we got... This is another part when I... Remember where I said don't be afraid to undo? So you can remember where you're at? So that's 1, 2. Okay, so I was about to skip a stitch. And you just redo. Like that. Okay. And then... You may have to fandangle it a little. We skip that one. And this is our next one. Now, as you can see, you guys can see that it's starting to close. So from here, I'm going to want to start doing every other stitch I skip. So essentially, it is just continuously skipping. Huh? Ad soon? Dadgum. Thank you for the heads up, because I did not have that window open. So here, I'm going to start skipping. So we skip that. Stitch. Skip the next one. Stitch. And keep going. So before I get any further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stuff this more. I personally just like to use my finger, but most polyfill, if not all polyfill, will have what's called a stuffing tool. You can keep it in this if you want. It might actually not be the worst idea. Essentially, because there's a stick in here. You can open this if you want. And more often than not, with me, because of how hard I press, I end up tearing it and doing a lot of damage to it. Which is why I normally use my finger to fill the thing with polyfill. With plushies, you don't want it to be soft. You want it to be squishy, but firm.
Squish, squish.
Not seeing the ad timer. That's weird, because yeah, we're at 3 minutes, 10 seconds. That's so weird.
But squish, squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish.
Yeah, it's not like, I hate to use the term flaccid in this case, but that's really a good description for it. It's got, as you can see, it's got give, but it doesn't go fully flat. It does keep its shape for the most part. And again, it's going to be another one of those moments of you just kind of have to learn the feel for it. Also, another thing you can do, if you only have, like, say you only have this much yarn left over from a project, use it as stuffing. You have, like, this is this much, like, say you have, like, an inch or two of yarn. This is not enough to make anything. So many comments, so little time. Stuff it in real good. But yeah. And it's also, there's also... Indeed, I am not cute. But with plushies, it is also kind of personal preference with this. You may want a super soft plushie. Madness, you're needed. Oh no. You may want a super soft plushie. You may want a firm but pliable.
Squishy! Squish, 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 squish.
You may want a very squishy plushie. Or you may want one that's absolutely rock hard. You say nice save right as I say, or you could get a plushie that's rock hard. Really? Ah, your timing, Goldie. Ah, pat, pat, pat.
Bruh.
That scared me. Hey, I just had to kill the last innuendo. Bury the poor thing. I will admit, for half a second, I thought that was Patchy. He uses that particular soundbite so much. Oh, an ad right as I am about to get to the last part of tying the darn thing off. But again, as you see, I'm skipping every other, like, you skip a stitch, skip the next stitch. As you see, eventually it wraps around till you can draw it close. And eventually you can't skip any more stitches. And you get to this point. Just pull it tight. Take your hook out. Make sure it is tight. Not taut this time. Tight. Hatch would have bonked you for... This is fair. So you pull it tight. You want a good tail on this for what you do next. And then, so for me, because I'm experienced with this, you want to right about here. If you are a beginner, I highly recommend a longer tail. But pull it tight again, and what you're going to do is you're going to sneak your... Oh no, the ad! Damn it! So close so far. I'm going to have to do that on the other end. So right now you got a mousy looking bee. A blob and a bee. What shall we do? So once again, since there's ads, I'm going to be working on this one. This one's a lot harder to deal with. I'm also going to put my polyfill stick away. Also, sorry, not sorry for the really terrible innuendo. Well, not even terrible innuendo at this point. Almost blatant. I don't want to undo this, but I may have to. There we go. I probably should have gone to a smaller needle for this one. Or Starburst really twitch. Oh yeah, for those of you who are getting ads, actually I'm gonna have to wait and request this because I'd love to know what ads you guys get. I'm always intrigued by that. Goodness gracious. I may actually have to go get a different needle. Yeah, no, I'm actually gonna have to go get a different hook. Okay, I still got Coke. Nice. So, I will be actually right back. I gotta go get a different hook. That's not gonna... Whoops! I hit that a little too hard. I gotta go get a different hook. Okay, so. Yeah, it took a little longer. By the way, when you guys, for those of you who do get ads, tell me what you get. I'm quite curious. Now, I had to go back and grab a different crochet hook, but while I was back there, I grabbed some of the others, like this one that I have. This is an M. I am trying to get one of every crochet hook type that there is. This one specifically, this is a Susan Bates. I prefer metal. I'm not a big fan of plastic, but it's pretty much goes metal, wood, then plastic. This is a Q.
You need to reload!
Reload on what? You have to go to bed now? Aw. Okay. Good night, Elizabeth. So before you go to bed and before I show off the rest of these hooks, I have quite a few, as you can tell. I think these are all the hooks specifically that I own. I also own some knitting needles. This right here, these are not knitting needles. I'll show you what they are in a moment. But let's finish this plushie real quick. Or at least the body. So as you see, we got ourselves a little tail. Got ourselves a nice little tail here. You want to go through another part of the plushie. Or I'll go in through the bottom here. Poke that through. You're going to wiggle it around. Wiggle it around until you find the small hole at the top where your tail, like right next to your tail. You're going to push as much as you can down, which is another reason, like here's, this part is plastic, this part is metal. This is another reason why I don't like the plastic ones, but it can be useful sometimes, is on a metal one, which this is pure metal, you could push it all the way down. And this is easier to do. But with the plastic ones, it gets hooked on the plastic. But anyway, so you push it down as far as you can go. You take this little tail, you hook it like this, so you'll kind of have that shape. You'll hook it, and then you will bring it inside. Now, you don't want to pull the hook out immediately. You want to push down as you see this vanish. Pull up. That'll unhook everything, and then gently pull out. Now, I like to just boop it in the butt. And then, as you can see, it's all closed. And then I like, especially with the blobs, I'll roll it around in my hands and kind of shape it again. But we now have the body of a bee. Buzz. Ah, come here. And it's a simple little body for a bee. Obviously, you're gonna have to make little legs. And you're gonna have to make little wings, but not a bad start. I'm only doing bodies today. It likes to boop the butt. Semi-new person to raid. I am not done for the day, but I think I actually know. I don't know if I've raided Tim Tam before, but I know of Tim Tam. But I see what you mean by semi-new person. So here's the body for the little bumblebee instead of a blob, which I will finish turning into a bumblebee because I actually have the perfect yarn to make the wings. We're gonna set our little baby bumblebee here with his little blob thread. And I want to go through the crochet hooks that I have because now that that's done, I need to finish this blob. Unfortunately, this J hook is now too big, so I need an H. And the problem is going to be, I will say the one good thing about the plastic ones is the size is printed here. That's a J, or 6mm. So these are all of my crochet hooks, and this is what I was talking about earlier with like thinness stuff used for lace. I'm actually making a little strap with this E-hook. See how thin that is? You really want a hook that matches your yarn. Something where you won't get the hook tip. If I can do this. See how you can still see that? Oh no, what fell? Oh, that was another lace hook. One moment. I gasp, you're gonna see more of my face today. Who would have thought? Okay. Whew. Louisiana hot chicken. Made with hot sauce? A Louisiana kind? We'll move that back. But anyway. But yeah. But yeah, what I was mentioning earlier about like super thin yarn, this is what I was working on. It's been a while. But these, I believe, are almost every single hook I own. In terms of crochet hook. Let me wind this back up. This is another one of those pucks. This one is, as you can see, I'm gonna have to adjust the light here. See, it's very thin. Very, very thin. But I like using these because they're so dainty and they're pretty. So I'm actually, see, E-hook. I'm actually gonna wrap this up because this goes to an entirely different project. So yeah, that'll get wrapped up and that'll go back to the back because that's a part of a dress. But anyway, so like I said, that T-hook might be a tad bit big. Sounds like a swear word I would have used. Lol. Hat. More Cajun than hot. Nice. Hooks for dollies was so small it freaked me out. I think I may have one that might be that small. That is either D. Let me see what's smaller, this D or the 2 mil. My 2 mil is smaller. You might be able to see that. Maybe. Let me lift the light a little bit more toward my face. You might be able to tell a bit better. Not great. But yeah, these would be used for dollies. Unfortunately, like I said, you can't really see the ends for these, unfortunately. Yeah, and unfortunately my skin is too light. Hold on, maybe this will work. But yeah, I think this is my smallest hook. But these tiny ones would be used for, like, what you mentioned, dollies. So we've got 3.5, so we got E, I think I said I needed an H. You're a J. This is J. I, J. Ah, here we go, H. And then we got this one as well. G, J. A lot of these are also things I've collected over time. And I know these long ones, for those of you who know, like, crochet and knitting, these are not knitting needles. These are Afghan hooks. These are used to make Afghans. And they are as long as knitting needles. These, I accidentally got two of the same kind, but that just means I can have two different projects of the same size going on. But yeah, these are, like I said, these are Afghan needles. And the rest of these are just normal crochet hooks. For a beginner, out of all of these various sizes, for a beginner, I would say J or H. The highest you want to go is an M, which this is an M hook. And keeping in mind, this is M. I thought I had an N. I was wrong. I have a Q. Let me shift my light again. Not as bad, but I would recommend no bigger than M. This is huge, mind you. And it will force you to not make your stitches too tight, because you have to fit this entire end through the hole. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put this one, because I was messing with Jay, so Jay's gonna go back over my other project here. But yeah, that's 2, G, G. This one right here, this was my very first crochet hook. This is a G. This is too small, I think, nowadays. Specifically nowadays, I think this is too small for a beginner. H, like, you can see the size difference between H and G. There's actually significant difference. Which can be better seen IRL. But anyway. But yeah, just kind of wanted to show off my collection. I do not have them all. I don't have one of each yet. I want to get one of each yet. That is available. And again, I prefer the full metal, but I will take a partially plastic, mainly because it has a nice thumb grip. In addition, left-handed or right-handed. I will say that's one thing I like about crochet. You actually can tell the difference between someone who's right-handed and left-handed, judging by how they make their stitches. You know what's really scary? I can go both ways. I am really... This is just innuendo and yarn. But anywho, I need to set these aside now. I wanted to show them off while I was trying to find a smaller hook. So we are going to stick these underneath my project and hope I don't get stabbed. Said as one stabs me in the leg and it falls. But yeah, I will say I don't have any lace patterns. I just make... I can make small stuff. One moment. Huh, you can actually do that without using any of the mini games. Huh. Sorry, I'm playing Lumbercats. I actually have an invite thingy that I can send to people. If anyone wants to play Lumbercats but has never played Lumbercats, I can send you a invite link. It's not that it's invite only, it's I get special stuff if I invite people. That is the only reason. Crafts and left side joke, who knew? Jeez. The Agrebus. The Agrebus and his droids. Alright, there's a couple things I need to take care of real quick. In said game. Yeah, I've had it on the charger this entire time. I'm finally back up to 100% battery. I'm totally not utterly and 100% obsessed with this game. Just partially. Alright, now that that's back under the project, we're gonna move these hooks over here. Again, let's hope I don't get stabbed. I need to make sure I need to make sure I know where this one is. So, we're gonna make that one obvious so I can see it. And then, again, no bigger than this for a beginner. But definitely bigger than a G. We know you better than that! Yeah, accident prone. Alright, so let's see if I can get a blob here done. Oh gosh, I haven't used this one since... Actually, no, I can't truly say that. But this one is my oldest crochet hook. And the main reason I am using... No, I need to bring that back. I'm using this to get past this particular spot so that I can come in with this J hook and get that stitch better. So yeah, between these two, even though it's probably going to be easier to use this one, it's better for me to... Wait a minute, this is a G, not an H. But, it'll still work the same. It's able to get in through these holes. Speaking of, I need to bring my light back over here because I need to be able to see. I may have to switch to a G-hook just in its entirety. I just have to be really, really loose with my stitches. Until I get further down the line. Although, if I started over and used this one, I might be able to get it done by the end of stream. You know what? This thing looks so dorky. You know what? No, no, no. I've started it this way. Let's keep it going. I just have to keep it really, really loose, which means I also can't go very fast with this hook. So a lot of the things I was doing, you guys should be able now to see. I might actually have to stick with this hook for the rest of this one. I can feel myself wanting to speed back up. No clue why I've been tired today, even went to bed earlier last night. I have been tired as well today. And I wonder if it's because I didn't have coffee this morning. I had this, keeping in mind it was diet, but I had this cherry lemonade that they got at the Chick-fil-A. It was really nice. I just realized I've officially done another tutorial, and since I have it as a live stream on YouTube, actually, I've got it on a live stream in a couple places, but I can technically cut this down and cut out the parts that I need to, and essentially turn this entirely into a tutorial. I got a tutorial vid. I need to, which reminds me, I need to get that podcast episode done. I've just been so focused on book. I'm so close to being done with this edit specifically. Like, I'm not done with the book at this point. Alright, that should be wide enough. Where is... Okay, we are actually at that start. Swinging. Okay, let me check. Yeah. So now we're gonna start making rounds. Yeah, I will say when you start out, go slow. It will be frustrating, but you will slowly get faster over time, which will... And by going slow, you'll also reduce, you won't eliminate at first, because this just always happens with beginners. It don't feel bad. Everyone's got to start somewhere. I used to do this. That's why I know. I am not a little raptor. Free. Side jokes out in the water fight. Yeah, pretty much. But, alright. I gotta adjust this light. I told you I was gonna be fighting with this light the entire night. Because I need light to see what I'm doing. Unfortunately... the light that I need to see what I'm doing really screws with the camera. Well, I'm very honest when I talk to others. I can believe that. Ooh, oh no. No, that's not good. What is it, Grekene?
Someone wants you to compliment them.
Who am I I gotta compliment myself again. I do my best to be honest. Be positive or else, jeez. I do my best to be honest. That's positive. But yeah, with the light, the amount of light I need to see. Oh, did I already screw this up in the beginning? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and yank that. I can't yank that through. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, this is not getting turned into a blob. But it could be turned into a hat. Well, let me look. What do y'all think? Continue turning this into a blob or make it a little hat for the bee? I'll be watching you. Always watching. Who's watching? I always feel like somebody's watching me. And I got no privacy. Whoa. But what do y'all think? Continue trying to turn this into a blob? Or keep it as a little hat?
Unoraptormon,
What is it, Grekene?
you need to check out Chad.
Oh? Why?
Someone wants you to give him a shout out.
First streamer that pops in your head for a shout out. Why did all of the thoughts flee? I am not the Eye of Sauron. Please let me think of a streamer. Streamer to shout out. If y'all haven't already followed Dawn, please do. She's such a sweetheart. And so is Goldie. Although I don't know Goldie's schedule. I know Dawn has a schedule. Yamariki hat. Like, it looks so cute. It looks like it'd make a nice little hat. And because the main reason I'm like, oh no, this right here. I don't know how well you guys, here we go, you can see that. This right here is going to completely destroy the integrity of the plush. And it is at the very beginning, so I'd have to undo everything. However, if I turn this into a little hat, which means I would have to stop right now. But if I turn this into a little hat for a little bee, it'd be kind of cute. So I got one person for hat. PBS. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want the poor little bee. Jammer, Kui? 2 people for hat. But yeah, this right here is gonna screw up any plushie. So we've got a hat for the Bumblebee. Alright, so I get to teach something else. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to start this right here. Tighten that up. We're gonna pull that through to just kind of complete. We're gonna actually finish this row. No, this isn't gonna be a blob. It's gonna be a hat. But I need to finish. Okay, I can make that work. All right. So, I had to do a few more. So, this is our inside. This is our outside. What we're going to do is we're going to pull out a really long tail. We are not going to snip it yet. So, what I'm going to do is I am going to thread my hook through multiple stitches. I'm actually going to look on the inside real quick, see which one I can grab from there. We're going to do this inside stitch here. Going to do this outside stitch. Instead of this one, we're going to choose one of the ones on the inside here. Going to go through there. And what we're going to do is we are going to first, we're going to find the side of the tail that is on this. So just a quick, and as you can see, this stuff loves to wrap around itself. So, all right. So now I know it's that. We're going to pull on the side and make sure that's nice and firm. And then we are going to pull this whole loop. We're going to fold this loop over the hook. So you'll have 2 strands on your hook. Let's scoot just a little more this way. Have you never seen Virtual Insanity? No, I have not. Streaming, that is up in the air. Tommy, yes. Okay. So, we got these 3. We take our little loop. Hold it like this, like it's one strand. Fold it over this, and then we're going to pull it all the way through all of these. So now we got this on the inside. Now I'm going to pull it I'm going to grab another inward stitch so we can hide the tail a little bit better. I'm going to pull this through one more. By the way, the reason I folded it over is to make that right there shorter. Or at least that process shorter. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to carefully... It's going to be hard to see, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of squish my fingers in here as best I can. I'm going to carefully scooch and do this. Gently, just going to pull, pull, and pull. Making sure this doesn't wrap on itself. So, for this, I'm actually going to leave a tail. It's going to be... This should be good. So we're going to double check to see which one. So this is the one going out. I'm going to come in here. I'm actually going to snip it down here. This really loves to fray, so I'm going to go ahead and immediately tie a knot as close to the end as I possibly can. You need to do a poll. This is your poll reminder. I'm gonna do a poll next Friday that I have a Saturday stream following. So it's not gonna be the 20th, it'll be the 26th. will be the next time I do a poll, because I am not streaming on the 20th. So, as you can see, we now have this nice little hat, and this tail is going to be hidden on the inside. Now, what we're going to want to do, make ourselves a nice little placement where we want our hat. I kind of like the idea of like a skew. Have a little hat to the side. Maybe a little less. And once I put wings on this, once this has wings and little arms, then I will add the hat officially. This will be used to kind of sew, and I can actually temporarily place this as well. One moment. I'm going to use this as a way to attach the front. So, where is it? We'll say right about here. I can undo this since I'm not tying it. But and pull that through and essentially use it to attach the hat, which I think actually needs to go on that side. But yeah, essentially using the string to attach the hat. And because I'm not tying it right now, I can yank it out.
Pat.
Yeah, I think it actually needs to go on this side. But for now, until I make the wings, we're just going to pack up the tail in the center of the hat. And it's going to get to wear this little dapper hat. It's so cute. From Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Crochet Candy Sucks Red, White, and Blue String Thong Bikini. No. I don't like thongs. I don't like what's essentially dental floss through my butt cheeks. So. I have made a plushie out of this particular one, or out of this thin, but I don't think this was the best choice for this stream. This, however, was a much better choice. So how long have I been going? All right, so I'm gonna tie a quick little knot. We're gonna see how quick I can make a plushie. Because I need to make a little black blob. And you now see why I tie a knot at the end of these things. All of that just came off. This little knot will stop this from happening to the rest of this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so alright. Can one of my mods, can you guys start one of those betting pools? Can Raptor make a plushie in 15 minutes? Specifically a blob. We're going for a little blob plushie. I do need a little, 2 minutes of prep here. I don't remember how to make the betting thing, though. Wait, no. Manage predictions. It's a prediction. Use one of my mods if you could make me one of those. Give me a prediction. Can I make a plushie in 15, specifically a blob plushie, in 15 minutes? Actually, it's going to be less than 15 minutes. Fuck, here we go! Alright. I'm gonna try and keep this to where you guys can see it. Ah, crud. The Sally food crabs. 2, 3, 4, Oh, this is a bad time to lose a stitch. There you go. Come on. Two. This is so difficult to deal with. Come on. There you go. One of your mods remember how to make that type of poll. Great. I can't pause to make the prediction myself. But yeah, it is called a prediction. It has like a little crystal, it should have like a crystal ball symbol. Come on. One. Come on. Two. Am I following the pattern I said earlier? Absolutely not. I am going with the flow. Everything is based off feel right now. Because this is not as easy to see. Come on. Here we go. This is such a good song. Two. All right, I have to set my hand down. Three, four. Jeez, guys. One, two, three. All right, we got a good song. Let's go. Time I got 10 minutes. Let's, oh jeez. I will say we should totally start doing more predictions. I think that would be fun. It's been a long time since we've used them. Yeah, I of course had to do this particular challenge with one of the hardest colored yarns I owned, egg freaking gummit. At least it's from a puck. I don't have to contend with yanking a ball around all over the place. Come on, there you are. Losing these stitches and not getting this needle through are going to be the end of me with this. So bad news, my hand's already started to go numb. Weirdly enough, it is not my right hand that's going numb, which is usually the one that goes numb. That is holding the hook. The one that is currently going numb is my left hand. Egg freaking gummit. I got 8 minutes. It's 50-50 on the predictions. Thankfully, I know how to glance around when I'm working with crochet. Eight minutes. Frack. Ba 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 da ba. Ba, 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 ba. Shoot. Okay, I got a ways to go. Get back over there. Come on. Come on. There you go. No! Oh, I lost the stitch. Frick. There we go. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-dum, dum, ba-dum, ba. Ba-dum, dum, ba-dum, ba-dum, dum, bum, ba. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. No, 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 no. Oh, no. It's a twisted switch stitch. No! Come on. Okay, now I can start doing a normal round. Right. Last chain. Come on. Ah, there we go. Unexpected ally. 6 minutes. You know, if I had done this with gold, I could have done this with confidence. However, I have done this once again with a The very challenging type of yarn. Why do I do this to myself? 5 minutes, crap. Come on. There we are. Keeps happening. Ugh. Do, 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 do. There you go. No! Ah, frick. Come on, I need it in this stitch. There we go. Four. Nah, I got a feeling this isn't going to be a win on my end. But hey, I got half of it done. Because of the stitches I keep losing. Yeah, technically, according to that, I have 4 minutes left. Oh, no, 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 no. Why? Well, keep it going, keep it going. I am going to push until I can't. I may not be able to give this one eyes because the eyes are going to hurt my hands almost as badly as trying to rush this. Wait. Shoot, that's the same stitch. At the very least, I'm going to keep going. May not be able to finish it to get underneath 4, but hey, I got it most of the way. Unless I start closing it up now. In which case... One... 2... 3... Skip. Come on. Nope. Come on, there you go. This is about to get really, really messy. Am I doing this? Yeah, I'm doing that. I do not advise this, normally. I am not going to be snipping this because I'm going to go back and make this proper. But... If someone could give me uptime. Ugh. I think I'm still within, yep, 4 hours. I can squish all this in here. This is... Shoot, I gotta undo a stitch. No. Damn it. So, at the very least, if I had kept going, I probably... Like, I could close this up. And I'm technically still within the 60 seconds that make up the 4-hour mark. It is absolutely not a pretty plush. But this is... Come on. You know what? I'm gonna do an old trick I used to do that I don't do anymore because it's very, very bad. That is technically done. All I have to do is snip it. So technically that's a yes! I barely got it done in time in 15 minutes, but I did it! It is a horrendously hideous little thing, and the stability sucks thanks to the bottom, but I did it! I want to know who voted no. Right as an ad starts, let's fucking go! Oh, I'm 100% going to undo, like, all of this, but this is a plush that is of the same squishiness as this one. You have a new stress toy. That's what this dude is. Alright, let's go find someone to raid. I have crocheted for 4 hours! Oh, goodness gracious. I also have text that I need to check, so while we wait on the ads to officially start, I'm actually gonna go check my thing. Holy fuck, I actually did make it, though. It's about the same size, too. I just realized. Like, that closing, the ending for this is shit. Hands fucking down. This is terrible. Like, you generally don't look at the bottom. He's done. It's eyeless, because you can't really see the eyes, even if you put them in. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna test that. You can kind of see them. You can barely see it. I think I know what I'm gonna do to highlight it, though. But I'm gonna do that off screen. Can't fucking believe I actually did it. Looks like a skull! It kinda does, doesn't it? Oh shit. By the way, let's see if I can get this to do a thing. My mom and dad's neighbors, for those of you who are on this side of the ads, this is their new pet. I shit you not. Oh no, how do I fix my phone? Fuck. What did I do? Okay, it's back up to normal. We're good. Good grief. You want to? Yes, I absolutely want. Dude, I want to do more than boop it. I want to hold it. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go see who I want to raid. I do want to get a hold of that T-hook, though. I'd love, like I said before, I want to get one of each. That'd be a great little, like, you know, birthday present, which my birthday's coming up in June. Oh shit, my birthday's coming up in June. I'm not ready for that. Intimidate, but okay. Oh, Third Night is on. I haven't rated him in a bit. Join the club? What do you mean? Ah, shit. I have so many hooks. Oh, you mean the, like, birthdays in June club? Yeah, that's right. There is a random papita on the floor, and it needs to go in the garbage before it attracts more mice. Okay. Making sure that doesn't do a thing. Let's see. Oh, Captain Noble's all... Oh, yeah. Well, aren't all the... Isn't Captain Noble a part of the triplets? Alrighty. Who am I gonna raid? Okay. It's Cat, me, then you. Okay. Okay. So, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? There's so many people to choose from. Oh, Zombie's playing Stardew. I'm just genuinely stumped. So, I guess in a way, ladies and gentlemen, how was that for a Dawn mimic stream? Because Dawn usually does the hand stuff. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I'm gonna shift things. Ah, fuck! I have officially been stabbed again by my crochet hooks. These things are getting moved. The table in front of me. This thing is getting properly made. It is shoddily made. I didn't say I had to make a perfect plushie, just that I had to make a plushie. Frick. It was this one that stabbed me. Go figure. It's always the long needle that wants in. Okay, I may have grossed myself out with that one. Excuse me. So many needles, so many crochet hooks. Oh, my hands hurt. My hands hurt. Stop when you're ahead. Giggity. Let's see. Toronko. Let's see, there's Shadav, 8-Bit, Third Night, Zograd. I have an Amaretto! Nope, nope, you're not. Nope, nope, you're not allowed. Come here. You're okay. I have a kitty! Unfortunately, we're upside down because of how I had to set this camera up. But I have a kitty! Who now wants down? She does not like the metal, but she has made the mistake of nuzzling. But yeah, so that this right here is upright on the screen, it has to be flipped, or the feed has to be flipped. More little information, but yeah. So how was that for a little crochet tutorial? Oh my god, my hands.
Oh, those are little kitty emotes. Those are so cute.
Alrighty, who am I gonna read? Who am I gonna read? Yo!
What? You're okay? Do I need to go check on Ross? Here. That better? Get a little pathway.
Ah, you did you did good for a change of pace. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll leave the hand streams to Dawn. She's better at it. There's so many people to pick from. There you Cracker Jacks, can you guys end the prediction early? Let me look. Yes, you can end the prediction early, so I can go ahead and end submissions. So, I did, in fact, finish this in 15 minutes. Technically little under 15 minutes. So, I did finish. So, yeah. Oh, God, my aching hands. I'm gonna regret that later. So, with that said... You know what? Come here. If it lands sushi up, we'll raid... How about we raid... If it lands sushi up, we raid Shadav. If it lands sushi down, we'll raid Zograd. Said as I merely move my hand, so... Sushi up, Shadav, sushi down, Zo. Yeah! It is sushi up!
Alligator!
Thanks for the stream, Uno. I have to call it a night. Have a good night, Uno in chat. See you next stream.
Next stream will be Friday. And thank you, Icarus. I was about to say, you're normally not on this late. But thank you very much for the biddies, and thank you for hanging out. And I see she went and got you, Ross.
What was that?
Huh?
I think I heard you shout, I have a key.
Oh yeah, Amaretto decided to come up here, so I picked her up and put her on camera. Anyway, but thank you very much, Icarus. I greatly appreciate the biddies. And yeah, we're gonna go raid Shadav. So... Oh, by the way, anyone notice something? I'm surprised no one noticed it before, but then again, I don't have my arms often in this stream. Where did I type that? Heffalumpius! But yes, you take care. We're gonna go raid Shadov. Oh my gosh, this scared the bejesus out of me. Oh, that mark on your arm. Yeah. It was better. Unfortunately, it's starting to fade. But yeah, I got a tattoo. It's a henna tattoo. I'm surprised no one has noticed it or made a comment about it this entire time. But anywho. But thank you again. Next stream will be the next Friday at the latest. I might do one on the 18th to make up for not doing one on the 20th. Emphasis on the term maybe. So, with that said, y'all, please be safe, be careful, make good decisions, and I will see you guys on the 19th for certain. Keep your ears and eyes out on Twitch stories, Instagram, or the Discord. But yeah, if I do another one. With all that said, I will see you guys then. Good night, everybody. See you then. And thank you all for your support. I greatly appreciate it. Good night.